thank y'all for coming this morning. We're delighted to be here in Rome, Georgia. We've got a wonderful crowd behind us to back us up, and we've got these wonderful members of the Georgia General Assembly because the Senate's not with us. And we're just waiting to hear a lot of the solutions to what's going on in the state that would help the rural areas of Georgia, and we're just delighted there. I'm going to turn it over for a moment to our co-chair here, Mac Jackson. Representative Mac Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everybody. It's just a pleasure to be here in Rome, Georgia, in this beautiful campus at Berry College. And we want to thank all our hosts for being here and all the members for coming today, and the everybody that's here. We just thank you for coming out today. Hopefully we can hear some issues that we can provide legislation for in the upcoming session. But again, thank you to everybody for being here.
Thank you so much. Representative Chairman Katie Dempsey. Katie, I'm going to call on you to introduce the mayor of Rome. I've already met him, and he even said nice things about you, so that's a plus already. So if you'll introduce the mayor. No, we haven't. She's going to introduce the president too. Thank you.
Good morning, y'all. Welcome to Rome, and welcome to a beautiful morning at Berry College, for sure. It's so good to have all of you here in my hometown. I appreciate it. So it's my privilege first to introduce our mayor, Craig McDaniel, a great servant with a great servant's heart who has served our community for so long in so many ways. I want him to bring you a word of welcome this morning.
Thank you. I want to welcome you to our beautiful city of Rome and Floyd County, and it gives me an opportunity, and I've got long notes right here, so you know this is going to take a long time, but it gives me an opportunity to thank some people. I first want to thank Katie Dempsey. I think we've got the best state representative in the state of Georgia. I'm not going to take but a minute. We're like every community. We have issues with homelessness. We had a meeting a couple of weeks ago. Katie came to the meeting, and we had a regional hospital that got closed. Everybody's finger pointing. Why did the General Assembly allow that to happen? Why did the City Commission allow that to happen? Katie took about 5 minutes and explained that the Justice Department made that happen, and the issue went away. I haven't had that discussion anymore. She is always there. She's very calm. She has a lot of influence, and I wouldn't swap her with anybody. And we love Katie Dempsey, so thank you, Katie. Steve Briggs, president of Berry College. My background's education. I was president of Georgia Northwestern, Coosa Valley Tech. I worked there for 35 years. I was involved in economic development. If we had an industrial prospect, we took them to Broad Street. I know you saw Broad Street last night, and we brought them to Berry College. You know now why we brought them to Berry College. It's the best industrial recruitment tool that we had. Steve Briggs, I've served on the board of SACS with him. There is no one in higher education that is more respected than Dr. Steve Briggs, and he's retiring, and he has had an amazing career as an educator. There is no one more respected. And I'd like for you to join me in giving him a round of applause for his career. Thank you. And we have one of our city commissioners here, Wayne Robinson, back in the back. We have 9 commissioners here in Rome. We think we have the best city in Rome. I know each of you think you come from a city, then your city is the best, and that's the way it should be. I think Larry Hansen from GMA is going to be here later today. We've got the best state in the nation, and it's because we take care of business at the local level. Home rule, manage our money well, and we're going to continue to do that. We're glad you're here. Enjoy Rome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. We really appreciate that. And now, Katie, if you'll introduce the president.
Got one more. I've got our county
Okay,
chairman
I'm sorry.
also, if I may.
I'm jumping the gun here.
Yeah. So my friend Allison Waters here chairs our county commission as well. She has done a great job, has lived in Rome, much like I. She married. Well, you came to Rome and then married. So yeah, her heart is here. She's doing great work. And one of the best things is that our city and county work so well together. And the relationships that we have built also allow us to work with our state legislature as well, very much. So Allison Waters.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for being here. We welcome you to Floyd County. As Katie said, Rome and Floyd County work so well together. We have over 30 joint agreements, so we have to work well together to have all those joint agreements. We call Floyd County the place where the rivers meet and the mountains begin, and I would add to that, and where Berry College is, because we are so proud to be a partner with Berry College in so many things. I grew up, actually, I've been here 30 years, but I grew up in Lynchburg, Tennessee, which has a population of about 6,000 people, and I actually grew up about 15 miles outside of town, and I grew up on a cattle farm, 300-acre cattle farm down a long dirt road. So I have a deep-rooted appreciation for all things rural, and so I thank you for what you do for rural Georgians and rural communities. And so we're glad you're here. If we can make your visit anything better, reach out to Craig or to me. We'll be happy to accommodate you. So welcome.
Thank you. Now, Katie, I think we're ready to introduce the president.
I will. You've heard a little bit about him already. I don't want to steal his thunder. I want you to know that each of y'all have a bag in your chair too, and that's to bring you back here. You're seeing just a taste and a touch of Berry College. This is the most unique campus in our nation. It is covered and bathed in goodness that was built by Martha Berry a long time ago to help educate rural boys who had no education at that time. It has blossomed and grown to be the most amazing school ever. It expands every single year. I feel like we are hearing more and more pathways for education, for people to become employable and work in the very important fields of our state. But the beauty of this campus, if you just have 5 minutes when the meeting ends today, if you'll just go out and go through the main gate and just drive around a few minutes if you don't have time to get up, and just kind of drink it in. And you'll only see a taste of it there, because when you go back farther and farther in the campus, there's more and more and more collaboration from other partners throughout our state. So it's my privilege to welcome Dr. Stephen Briggs. It is a sad time in my heart, because it is kind of like soon he's going to leave us, and he has built so much here and made it such a, not only a wonderful school, but he's helped our community so very much in many ways. It is just an honor to have known him, to work beside him, and I treasure his friendship. Dr. Briggs.
Well, welcome. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, others. Lots of PR people up at the stage already, so I appreciate all of their goodwill and their kindness. Chairman Green, Chairman Jackson, we're delighted that you're here. We love having visitors here at Berry. How am I doing? Can you hear me in the back? We're sitting here just below Oak Hill, which is the place where Martha Berry grew up, with 7 siblings and 3 cousins. It was a big household. And Martha would be especially thrilled to have the Georgia House Rural Development Council here, because she devoted her life to building up rural communities. She believed that education was the key to economic growth and job creation, and not just any education, but an education that trained the hands and inspired the heart, as well as educating, preparing, sharpening the head or the mind. Martha was born at the end of the Civil War, 1965 or 1966. We're not sure. But she witnessed the desperate struggle of many families in the aftermath of the war to find a way forward. She grew up in relative affluence, but she was bothered by the pervasive poverty and the grinding dysfunction in the many families that lived in the mountain homesteads and the small hamlets, as well as the rural farms throughout the state. And she believed that young people were Georgia's greatest natural resource, and that education was the means for restoring hope and building thriving communities. She founded her first residential school after a couple of local school experiments. She founded her first one in 1902. 1902, Teddy Roosevelt had just become president 4 months earlier when his predecessor was assassinated. So here's your first pop quiz of the day. Who was assassinated in 1902? Or 1901, I think it was actually.
Really?
Very good. William McKinley, by an anarchist up in Buffalo, New York. We forget that there were 4 presidents have been assassinated over the years. We remember Kennedy, we remember Lincoln. There were 2 others too.
That was not funny what they said. They said I was representative at that time.
Okay, so I have distracted the class already with Martha invested her energy, her resources, her waking hours to offer students a promise. In 1900, less than 10% of adults in Georgia had a high school degree. Think about that for a second. In 1900, less than 10% of Georgians had a high school degree. We forget where we've come from. There are only a handful of public high schools in the whole state, so Martha decided to go all in and create a residential school where her students could receive an education of the head, the heart, and the hands. For her, those willing to invest in their own education, those students who, through their own hard work, their sweat equity, would come to Berry, she would provide an education and find a way forward for them in life. So the students came from hundreds of miles, convinced that this was the place, the community, that would be life-changing for them, and they were profoundly grateful for the opportunity to work to get an education. Martha Berry never went to college, but she educated 10,000 high school and college students. She started a college and was the one woman appointed to the initial Board of Regents of the state of Georgia. Martha's vision, however, went beyond those 10,000 students. Her goal was that they would leave Berry specifically to improve the communities in which they lived and worked and served, and she wanted their eventual communities and their families to flourish. That was her goal. So if you go back to our mission statement in the first 50 years, this is the mission statement up through the 40s and the 50s, it says that the purpose of Berry Schools and College is to train boys and girls from the mountain and rural districts of the South who are too poor to go elsewhere, training them for leadership and Christian citizenship in country communities. Berry's aim is to offer first-class educational opportunities by means of manual labor to those who would otherwise have no chance. The schools hold that a liberal education involves the training of the head, the heart, and the hand. It's not enough simply to know. It must be like life out of school. So a very practical sort of approach. We were originally the boys' industrial and technical school. So we've come a long way since then. You say, well, manual labor, work ethic skills, are they still relevant? In some ways, the language seems dated, but I want you to think about the room that you're in today for just a second. This room was constructed about 5 years ago by Al Christopher, class of '62. You can read about him or see his picture on the back wall there. Al was a country boy with gifted hands. He left Berry and built and started a number of construction-related businesses. He eventually owned a custom mill shop that produced high-end cabinetry for customers in the panhandle of Georgia, down close to where some of you all are from. Now in his 80s, Al still creates museum-quality wood turnings. So every piece of wood that you see in this room was cut and fashioned by Al in his shop. Every piece in this room that looks like wood or that is painted white outside was done by Al in his 80s. As a gift back to the school, he also
gave a monetary gift to fund the rest of it, the foundation and the civil work and all of that. So gifted with his hands, enterprising, gifted as a businessman. Al created many jobs in his lifetime for others and served his communities well. And you're today enjoying the fruits of his education. Our students today come from all kinds of backgrounds. Many come from cities, Atlanta, major southeastern cities, Macon, all over Savannah. And we still have a heart in the midst of all that for our students from rural areas. We still have scholarship programs that allow them to work on campus year-round through the summer to gain an education with sweat equity. In fact, we still encourage all of our students to work on campus. 85% will be working on campus this semester, so that's about 1,800 or 1,900 of our 2,200 students. That's more than 500,000 hours of student work. Our work budget for students is $5.5 million. We want them working on campus, but many also venture out into our community to work in nonprofits, to help with the city government, to do other things. And we're proud of the work that they do in our schools and with our chamber and other places to make our community a better place. We have 4 levels of work, from entry level to advanced and pre-professional work. We evaluate them every semester for their work ethic, their responsibility, their communication, their teamwork, and their job-specific skills. What kind of work do we do today? It used to be agricultural and husbandry and other things. Today it's accounting, graphic design, event planning. They work in network operations and user support in IT. They work in our plumbing and electrical shops. They work in our landscaping and grounds. They work in masonry. They work with our equine and beef units and our sheep. They work in 100 different spots on campus. 8 of them work in the president's office, and they handle my scheduling and my events and all sorts of things, and we love them. They learn work skills firsthand, and that complements their rigorous academics. So we have a broad range of academics, and we still are very, we love to educate them in sort of the liberal arts and some of the core areas that they need to know, but we also love to create jobs that are meaningful in our communities, including our rural communities. So second pop quiz, what's Barry's largest major? The answer is animal science, and by a factor of about 40%. So we have lots of students in business, we have students in biology, we have students in nursing and education, we have students in communication, psychology, just a broad range of program. Our top 5 include nursing and business and animal science. Our newest program, which is going through accreditation today, this morning, is a physician associate program, a PA program, that will prioritize students and admission for students who are interested in serving rural areas. And we are particularly looking at the 12 counties surrounding Rome, up into northwest Georgia and over even into center Alabama area. We are proud to partner with our local healthcare systems, Atrium, Advent, Harbin, to provide the clinical placements for that and to recruit the kinds of students who will come and make those communities better. We're very generous. We're building a $33 million new building, which is funded through private donations completely. We're grateful for a large gift from the Atrium Foundation. There's several Atlanta foundations, some wonderfully philanthropic people who have helped individually, especially a woman named Audrey Morgan, if you know Audrey. She's been a great philanthropist in Atlanta and certainly here at Barry. Another distinctive major here at Barry is our creative technologies major. It's one of the few of its kind in the nation. It complements our entrepreneurship program. We're working this year currently and looking ahead into the future. Even in my 19th year, we're looking ahead to engineering areas related to product design, development, and manufacturing. And again, all of that feeds into what our communities need. We're proud to partner with Rome and our local city and county commissioners to develop the Rome Tennis Center at Barry, which has been a major economic development engine here, the largest of its kind certainly on the East Coast and perhaps in the nation. We are proud to have sponsored the Spires at Berry College, which is a full comprehensive retirement community that's brought 180 independent adults, along with 100 medical beds to the community. We've worked with the city on developing a Fairfield hotel to support some of our tourism here. So we love partnerships, but at Berry, our students come first. So we care about their sense of purpose, their direction. We care about their character, how it connects to their life interests and professional development. We want them to decide what matters and how they will contribute and serve others beyond their own self-interest. We still believe in education of the head, heart, and hands is the best way to develop our most precious natural resource. The students of Georgia are young people, and we believe the character of Berry that attracted Teddy Roosevelt to Berry in 1910, that attracted Henry Ford to Berry in the 20s and 30s, that have attracted benefactors all through our years, is still what sets apart this kind of an institution. We're delighted you're here at Berry. We know that you too care a lot about our neighbors in the rural communities. Many of you are from rural communities, and it's in Berry's DNA. So we'd love to partner with you in making our whole state prosperous. I should point out that there are many other independent residential colleges located all over our state, in north, south, east, and west. They serve many of the small towns and communities. They aren't as large, and so they don't get the same recognition, perhaps, as our state-supported cousins, the universities, public universities. But these small colleges are scrappy, and they're enterprising. They are at the heart of their communities, and they're committed just like Berry. They're committed just like Berry to creating thriving communities in all over our state. So I commend them to you as well. Jenna Calvin, my colleague, where's Jenna? Is the executive director, president of the Georgia Independent Colleges Association, works with a lot of our legislatures, and she does a great job representing our sector to our representatives and leaders in the state. Welcome to Berry. If you have a chance to drive over at the end of the day, you'll discover a campus unlike any other that you've seen, ranked as one of the most beautiful. It is expansive and it's inspiring. And we love having you here. So thank you.
Thank you, President Briggs. We thank you. And Becky set us up yesterday, and we appreciate just hosting us here on this campus. And you'll understand more today that as legislators, we believe, as Martha Berry believed, that education is the key to the prosperity of rural Georgia. And we look forward to partnering with you on other occasions. And we just thank you for what you're doing for the state of Georgia and its students. Thank you so much. Before I turn it over to Meg, I'd like for the audience to know who we have here today that it's journeyed a long way to listen and to talk to the presenters. And I'd like to start with Ron Stevens. He's probably the furthest away right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ron Stevens. I represent Savannah, Chatham County, and the fastest growing county in the state, Bryan County, which is a blessing and a curse in itself. So.
I'm Matt Hatchett. I represent Lawrence and Johnson County. And Chairman Stevens, I thought I had the fastest growing city. You know, it's doubling every day. So, yeah.
Oh.
I'm Steve Tarvin from District 2, parts of Whitfield, Walker, and Catoosa counties.
I'm Bill Workheiser. I represent Tattnall, Evans, Jeff Davis, and Appling counties.
Very good. I'm Gerald Green. I represent 9 counties down in southwest Georgia, and just delighted to be here.
I'm Mac Jackson. I'm from Sandersville, and I represent 6 counties in District 128. It's a pleasure to be here.
Represent District 152, which is Worth County, Lee County, and a portion of Daugherty County.
John Corbett, District 174, Lowndes, Eccles, Clinch, Ware, Charlton, and Brantley County.
My name is Penny Houston. I represent Berrien, Cook, and Tiff County. I have been a representative for 26 years, and it's been a pleasure, and I will be retiring, but I'm still going to go to these rural development councils till I really retire in January.
I'm Darlene Taylor, District 173, and I represent Thomas and Grady County in southwest Georgia.
Rick Jaspers, House District 11, it's Pickens, Cherokee, and Forsyth.
Good morning. I'm Lynn Smith from Noonan, Georgia, and I represent House District 70, which is a large part of Coweta County, and Whitesburg part of Carroll County. And thank you for welcoming us today.
I'm Robert Dickey. I represent District 136, 5 counties in middle Georgia, and I live in a small unincorporated town where I farm. Proud to be a part of Georgia's largest industry, agriculture, and glad to be here this morning.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Hagan. I represent House District 156 in South Georgia, which is all or part of Tattnall, Toombs, Montgomery, Wheeler, Telfair, and Ben Hill counties.
Good morning. Katie Dempsey. I'm just humbled to have all of you here now that you've found your way. I hope you'll come back often. I represent House District 13, which is almost all of the city of Rome and most of the population of Floyd County. As you hear, many people have many counties, so I'm very fortunate to have this somewhat tighter district, but it's wonderful to have y'all here today.
We have 3 other people that we could not do without. Over there taking care of the technology is Justin, and Justin follows us all over the state. Stacy Williams is my admin wherever. There's Stacy over there, so if you need something. And then we have Leo. Leo is the one that puts all of this stuff together and makes it work for us. So those are individuals that, really you should say thank you to on that. And I do say thank you. Okay. Chairman Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're getting ready to start our presentations, and we have Dr. David Bridges, who's the director of the Center for Georgia Rural Prosperity and Innovation Center. Dr. Bridges has been with us since 2017, I believe, and he's a friend to all Georgians, but he's especially a friend to rural Georgia. So it gives me great pleasure in introducing our first presenter, Dr. David Bridges.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
It's a pleasure to be here in Rome. Chairman Green, Chairman Jackson, appreciate the opportunity. To those of you members of the council, appreciate the opportunity for being here. You just heard from the president of Berry College, and I think you heard a message that of the past that might have equally or greater applicability to the future. If we could figure out how to grow our rural communities by pulling ourselves up by the bootstraps, I think it would be a phenomenal thing. We might should take a look at the life and effort of Martha Berry as we move forward. I'll let you do it. There we go. All right, so I'll just take a few minutes, try to stay within the time limits, leave a few minutes for questions toward the end. Just briefly, I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you. Talk a little bit about a rural Georgia status check, some trends, prosperity measures, and then try to bring some suggestions for a path to the future. Back 8-9 years ago, and then in 2017, Speaker David Ralston made this statement that highlighted in yellow is the most important part of the statement. I believe it to be equally true today. that we still have communities that are struggling. And I thank Speaker Burns for his effort to keep the council going. And I think we need to reflect on the fact that we are one Georgia. We rise together, we fail together, and there's a lot that needs to be done in rural Georgia. Our center has been in existence for 6 years. We've worked hard. We're a very small team of people. I have with me today most of our team. Scott Blunt's here. Scott, raise your hand. Scott lives in Waycross, works out of there. Deborah Cantrell lives in McKaysville and works out of our LJ office. And I live back in Terrell County and work wherever my car takes me. We've worked very hard, and with a very modest budget, we've invested about $2.7 million over 6 years in rural Georgia, and those projects have resulted in a total investment of about over $400 million. That return on investment we think is pretty good. And we continue to do work. We focus our effort. We do not work exclusively, but we focus our work in the smallest counties in the state, the 53 counties that have a population of 15,000 people or fewer. That doesn't mean we don't work other places, but that's where we focus our effort. Some of the things we're working on right now is to try to increase the value and the importance and marketability of Georgia forest products. We are the #1 forestry state in the union, and the forest industry is severely stressed, severely stressed. So we're doing everything we can. In October, we will cut the ribbon on an exhibit called Forestry at the Fair. If you were there last year, we promoted the cotton industry. This year, we're working with the Georgia Forestry Commission, Georgia Forestry Association, and private sector to promote forest products. We'd welcome you to be there when we cut the ribbon on it on October the 3rd. We're also have been working for about 3.5 years on a concept and the development and hope to move toward the construction of a Forest Products Innovation or Mass Timber Education Center for the state of Georgia. And we're getting close. We just got a U.S. Forest Service grant to help advance that concept. We continue to work with small communities that have problems with infrastructure and do not have the people, the resources, or whatever to advance those. And we've worked every corner of the state over the past 6 years on those kinds of projects. And then we routinely do some work with others, partners, to do community planning in the areas of hospitality, agritourism, healthcare, and business. So what I wanted to say to you this morning is, and we're going to try to be as positive as we can, but and you saw this slide last year, the rope is severely strained in much of rural Georgia. Opportunities are slim, population continues to decline, revenue and cost are getting seriously out of imbalance, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but rural Georgia is facing a very difficult time. You can call this correlation, cause, effect, or whatever. I'm a statistician. You call it whatever you want. But the fact that the population of Georgia continues to concentrate in a very few areas around metro Atlanta, the coast, Ron is really doing well, but the population of the state continues to concentrate. And that's not good on either front. It's great for economic development for the state as a whole, that the more urban areas continue to grow, but it's not so good that the rural areas continue to shrink. People say, why is this happening? Why does it keep happening? There are a lot of reasons. I'm not going to go into them today. But I want to share with you one slide I did not create. But this, if any slide, will tell you that we have had a problem for a long time, and we continue to have a problem, is this slide right here. In 1994, we had 13 counties in the state of Georgia that had more deaths than births. In 2022, we had 116. Now, if you can't be waked up if that doesn't wake you, okay? Because as population continues to decline, these communities face greater and greater and greater struggles. I'm an old farm boy and engineer type. How many of y'all know what PSI stands for? It ain't pounds per square inch today. It's prosperity sliding into insolvency. And I'm going to use that term insolvency very carefully. I've talked with a number of economists, business folks, bankers, etc. There's a difference between insolvency and bankruptcy. If you're a municipality or a county and you're committed and charged and required to provide certain services like education, public safety, EMS, roads, bridges, etc., and you don't have enough revenue to pay for those things, at some point you become insolvent. Insolvency is worse than bankruptcy. You can't escape it. There's no escaping. So this is my last sort of warning negative word today, and then I'm going to talk about some possible solutions. Agriculture is the #1 business in the state. Agriculture in this state may have never faced the challenge that it faces today. People talk about the 80s. I'm not sure when we reach the fall and the winter of 2025, we're going to forget about the 80s, folks. Commodity prices are at or below what they were in the late 70s, early 80s, and cost of production has increased by 5 or 6-fold. Two of my great lifelong friends, who are absolutely among the best farmers in the state of Georgia, told me this week during lunches that they will make a great crop this year, and none of them will pay out. They will all be in the hole. So agriculture's in trouble, forestry's in trouble. If I produce a map for you where those two industries support a county, you're going to see we've got trouble. That's all I'm going to say about it, but we have trouble. So for several years, we've been talking about prosperity. It's in the name of our center. What does prosperity mean? Most people think it means money. It means far more than money. I'm not going to read what's on this slide. But there are a lot of elements that you might consider that are indicators of prosperity. Some of them are up here. We decided several years ago that until in this state, we had a reliable way to define prosperity and to measure it, and measure it on a recurring basis so that we could be held accountable for progress or lack thereof in enhancing prosperity across rural Georgia. We had to have something to measure. And so we have created and are in the final stages of working on the Georgia Prosperity Index. We have a 16-parameter model that includes education, healthcare, attainment, access, personal finance, community finance, business climate. We've covered the waterfront. 16 parameters in the model. It is constructed in such a way that it can be run every year based on recurring, publicly available data. We're fine-tuning it right now, and this is all I'm going to say about it today. But we have detailed information on all 159 counties and have created this Prosperity Index. And it is our intention to use this index to help coach, county by county, strategic investment to try to lift the level of prosperity in these counties. So just for the purpose of today, I'm going to show you one slide, and all we did was we followed suit of some other things that occur. And that is we divided the state's 159 counties into quartiles of prosperity. So the following map reflects these parameters and a measure of prosperity for each of Georgia's 159 counties. The darker the county, the greater the prosperity. The lighter the county, the less prosperity. And I don't have to tell you, we could pick 20 different parameters and put a map up, and you're going to still see this diagonal band across the central part of the state moving down to the southwest where prosperity is the lowest. And I believe this is accurate because I live in one of those white counties. Dave Wills is here today. He lives in one of them too. And we believe it is very accurate, and we're trying to finish it up, and we'll move ahead. Now, I was asked to bring some solutions. So I'm going to propose a solution. Worldwide, there are concepts related around hub cities. And we had some conversations with both House and Senate leadership over the summer about the possibility of implementing a hub city model in the state of Georgia. The idea is we can't fix everybody's problems at one time. But if we could identify a few communities, a relatively small number, as a pilot project, and help develop a fully integrated, comprehensive, forward-moving plan to increase prosperity that included health care, education, workforce, you name it, and concentrate investment on the part of the state over a period of 3 to 5 years in these communities, we believe that we could demonstrate that you can increase prosperity. We believe that as those communities, hub cities, grow, they will influence positively the spoke cities. That is, the communities that are within driving distance and reach of those hubs. And that ultimately, prosperity will spread if we do that. And so, what do I mean? Why? Why would we do this? Well, it means, we have to do an assessment of condition. You can only do so many at one time. We could, if you focused on a few hub cities, you could rapidly develop and deploy a multi-year plan. You could target your investment. You could have measurable, timely measurable returns on investment. You could capitalize on existing infrastructure. You can read the rest of the slides. We think this has great possibility. So how do you identify hub cities? What are the criteria? We pulled a group of people together and we talked about it. We think principal elements are you got to have transportation access. I'll let you read the sub numbers. Education across the board, from pre-kindergarten to post-secondary education. Health care. You got to have a hospital, folks. In a hub city, we can't have a hospital in every town in the state of Georgia, but in a hub city, you got to have a hospital. And you got to have access to other health care specialties. And we must have more OBGYN services in the state of Georgia. I've said this a dozen times, and it's rather blunt, but you can have a baby in 159 counties in the state of Georgia, but you don't want to have a baby in 159 counties in the state of Georgia. That's an issue that we have to deal with. We need a diverse business environment with opportunity for jobs across the board. And we need leadership. We need effective local, state, federal, school, business leadership in these communities. For hub cities to work, and this model has been deployed around the world. This is not some new idea of ours. This has been done around the world in various areas. We have to admit there's some urgency. And where there's some urgency, we need to act. We acknowledge the issues are very complex. If you look at the 16-parameter model and the data that's behind it, you will see that there are consistent failings in those communities that are suffering from a lack of prosperity. We've got to have an integrated strategic plan for investment. We can't just keep spreading the jelly so thin that nobody can taste it. And that's what we've been doing. We need a commitment over time. You're not going to fix it in 1 year. I showed you a slide that shows we've had problems since the 20s, literally. Rural Georgia has been in decline. We can't assure prosperity for everybody, but we can demonstrate the capability to produce prosperity in some places and hope to replicate best practices. And in some cases, I've said this before, you're going to have structural change. What I mean by that, counties are going to have to learn to work together. I understand it's political non-reality and non-starter to talk about county consolidation, but we can share services and do things across county lines that spread fixed cost across greater numbers of people and help us delay insolvency. So Gerald, told you I'd stay on my time limit. That's my time. I will be happy to entertain any questions that you may have about this or anything else.
Are there any questions from the committee for Dr. Bridges? Go ahead.
What I do. David, when you're looking at this hub thing, I'm sure you're looking at dollars also. I mean, that's what you do very well. And I think each hub city would have a different need of dollars. Is that a part of the model that you're going to look at that's going to bring in what it would take if the state were to put money into it, or if the locals were to pull money together to make it effective?
Yeah, so the idea, to back up, the reason we wanted to develop the Prosperity Index was so that we had meaningful information across the board. Business, education, transportation, healthcare, all these things that are indicators of prosperity, so we could figure out what's lacking. The idea would be to work bottom up to assist the community in developing a comprehensive plan that would address everything from education to healthcare to infrastructure to the business climate to, what have you, so that they become more attractive for inbound migration and work. And then say, okay, here are the elements of the work that must be done. What is it going to cost to do that? How much skin in the game can the community put? And that's why the hub cities cannot be at the very bottom of the pyramid. They have to be in a situation where they're currently achieving some degree of prosperity for us to lift them up. But it's to demonstrate the model. And then the notion would be to ask them to put skin in the game, to ask the state to invest money, to leverage federal money, private money, all focused toward a comprehensive, integrated advancement plan for that community.
Chairman Dickey.
Statement and a question. I just really thank you for pointing out some of these things, especially from an ag issue. I'm involved in ag and forestry, and I can promise you this group, we're teetering on disaster and really both. We're growing more timber and wood in this state than we're using, and we're about to a tipping point where it's going to be a huge glut of wood and timber, and we don't have the markets. And we're not exporting what we need to with a strong dollar, and our prices for timber could just plummet very easily, just like commodity prices have now. And when you lose, those two industries get unprofitable in our rural counties, and that's where they are, it is going to be an economic disaster. And I don't think people in leadership in this state realize what's coming if something doesn't change.
Well, you're right, and loggers are going out of business left and right because the hyperinflation we've experienced the past 3 or 4 years in fuel and everything else, equipment, et cetera, is driving them out of business. We've done 5 feasibility studies in the last 2 years for loggers, looking at federal programs that provide grant and loan money for logging operations to assist them. Those programs require an independent feasibility study to be done. It can't be done by the bank, it cannot be done by the applicant, and it cannot be done by the forester, consultant forester. It must be done by an independent entity. And we've been doing those. We've been successful. We've gotten 2 loggers who have gotten substantial U.S. Forest Service grants, and we have a 3rd one that we expect to be awarded in the next few weeks. But you're right, Chairman. The forest and ag businesses are in dire straits, and we're spending money left and right. My wife really fussed at me day before yesterday, Tuesday, when she paid the Sumter EMC bill because my irrigation systems haven't been cut off in weeks. And she looked at it, she said, this cannot be right. We cannot owe this much money in a 130-day period. I said, unfortunately, we do. Just give me the bill. I'll pay it out of the farm account. I don't know where the money's coming from, but I'll pay it. But it's tough.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hatchett.
I wasn't gonna say this, David, but I'm surprised that your wife only fusses at you every other day. So.
I didn't say she didn't fuss at me. She's already, may have already fussed at me today, you know.
No, I think you're definitely on to something here, because this, as you know, how do we put our arms around the big issues? And I think you got to start somewhere, and starting to really focus on, quote, hub cities that could do better, but they're obviously have some buy-in and local buy-in that they are trying to do better, and things we may be able to help them with. And I think that is so important when you work on projects with different cities, different, you know, all entities in general, not even just cities. There's got to be the local buy-in and the support and the want to get better. And I just, it's kind of a statement, and I'm, you know, you said kind of a 5-year timeline. I think it's probably much longer than that to really be able to see change and be able to measure that you are helping. And then hopefully some of these other communities will say, hey, we want in too. So I mean, I think it's a great way to finally put our arms around something and actually make some differences for the better.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Bridges. We was at the Joint Ag Summit in Perry a couple days ago, and we had a professor from UGA talking about, he said, you know, tariffs, there'd be a bad for ag, but with that same thought in mind, the main issues our farmers have is with the rules and regulations coming out of Washington, federal regulations, Department of Labor, the wage and hours, you know, the H-2A workers, the EPD, the Tier 4 engines, the things that used to be labeled, they're no longer labeled, which they can still use in these other countries. So we have an unlevel playing field. And with that unlevel playing field, in my opinion, that's basically putting a tariff on our American and Georgia-grown farmers. What's your opinion? How can we get Washington's attention and look, we need to level the playing field?
I ain't going there. I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes we have a difficult time getting our own neighbors to understand. I mean, the American public has become accustomed over decades and decades and decades to a plentiful and cheap food supply. That's what they expect. We're just, the inflationary cost associated with petroleum alone, past 4 or 5 years, 3 years, is just horrible. I mean, you look at transportation cost. I shipped a small pallet to Ames, Iowa 2 weeks ago for my son. Probably weighed 300 or 400 pounds. Small pallet of components that he had built. 300 or 400 pounds, less than truckload pricing, Old Dominion to Ames, Iowa. You know what the freight was? $920-something. Freight costs are everything. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I just bought a bunch of gravel working on a pond dam. Transportation costs for the stone from Columbus to Parrott, which is not far, people, 47 miles. The transportation cost was twice what the gravel cost. So the farmer eats that every turn of the, you know, whether it's diesel, fertilizer, chemicals, you know, whatever. I don't know. I can't convince my own neighbors that you know, they're getting ripped off at the grocery store and assume that Robert Dickey and I are getting rich.
Chairwoman Darlene Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, it's a great idea, and I do think the hub system would work. It worked with our medical 50 years ago in our community. They worked with surrounding counties, helped to manage the local hospitals in those counties, and it's worked wonderfully, and it kept those hospitals in rural areas together. So I think we're onto something very well. Where I see some issues are where we have counties with a population less than 3,000. How do they support themselves now? And even if you take 3 or 4 counties there, you're still going to have 10,000 people, and
That's
the
right.
property, a lot of it is in Cuba, it's forestry, or it's property for ag. I don't know how we're gonna get through that weeds, I guess. That's the problem I'm seeing. They've got to work together, but they haven't got much to work with. How can we help them?
That's the insolvency issue. Yeah, there's not a revenue stream that will support, now I'm just gonna say it like it is. You can't support a school system, a sheriff's department,
A court system.
EMS, utilities, roads, et cetera. The current cost of things, you can't do it. So they're going to have to learn how to figure out a way to work.
They lose the
together.
best and brightest. Those that have the abilities to stay and help build it, they leave. The young people don't stay. That's why they're not having population growth, because they can't get those second generation, third, now fourth generation to stay.
Yeah, well, you're facing the fourth shoe to fall. The first one was retail consolidation in the late 70s and 80s, when the big box stores concentrated retail and shut down retail enterprises in small communities. Those buildings are all being torn down now. People think it's to sell the bricks. No, it's so they won't have to pay property tax on the buildings because there's no demand for it. And then we had the Ross Perot Great Sucking Sound of the North American Free Trade Agreement that dried up small manufacturing and has subsequently devastated agriculture and other things. And so then you got commercial buildings as a result of that you got industrial parks all over rural Georgia that don't have any viable businesses in them. There's no demand for that stuff. And so people are getting tired of paying tax on that too, so they're beginning to take that out. So now the tax base in many of these communities is focused entirely on residential. What did I just show you? They're depopulating to nothing. That's the last shoe to fall. When there's literally no demand for residential property in these communities, then your tax base is completely gone. And that's when you hit insolvency point. And that's coming. I mean, it's just, I got my new assessment on my property. I can't say, well, you can buy it because I don't want to sell it, but I guess I'm going to pay it. But, I don't know where that appraisal came from. But
thank you. I do think it's a great idea, and it's something we need to move forward with and find the magic wand that will help some of these. You're right, though, it won't fix them all, but we can start somewhere. Thank you for this.
Chairman Tarver. Steve.
Most people know this. I'm a little slow. Are you trying to tell me that farmers are not price gouging? Is the reason the prices are...
They're not price gauging either.
These are things we've suspected and known, but when you see the birth-death ratios and see those counties in color that we've all suspected the light ones were doing what they were doing, it's quite eye-opening. Appreciate that.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of hidden things, and I'll be quiet, but the hidden things that people don't, there's the old story about, boiling a frog, you put him in cold water and raise the temperature. Well, here's a great example of where regulation has just hammered the farmer and the loggers and contractors. I have 5 tractors. I have 2 that are, one's 45 years old, 150 horsepower tractor. I have another one that's a early 90s model, John Deere, 240 horsepower. And I have 2 newer tractors. I have my little bitty tractor that was my dad's, but I have 2 newer tractors. One's 120 horse and the other one's 150. We've gone to Tier 4 engines. Okay. My largest tractor, my 8400 John Deere, which is an early 90s model, 240 horsepower, it does not burn as much fuel as my 100 horsepower Tier 4 Case IH. I mean, you can put a 6-foot rotary mower behind that 100 horsepower tractor, and if you run a farmer's day, meaning you get on it at 7 o'clock, you can put some fuel in it before dark. We're just wasting fuel with Tier 4 engines. Okay. I mean, that 6-row cotton picker that my friend owns that picks my cotton, that thing will burn 250 gallons of diesel a day. And that's a short day. If you had a long run day, got started picking at 10 and picked till midnight, you burn more than that. You have to put some more fuel in before the day's over. It's killing us. It's killing fuel. I got a friend that's in the logging business. He burns 10,000 gallons a week in his fellow bunchers, skidders, and trucks hauling wood to the mill. 10,000 gallons a week. It's killing everybody.
Charlene Smith.
Thank you very much for all the research you've done and the concept. I'm like everybody else, I agree with that. I have found, because last year this committee approved our effort to consolidate just the administrative aspects for our counties that are declining population and wealth. Our problem became the sales job, how to get the votes we needed in both the House and the Senate. And we had it almost across the line, and our colleagues on the Senate side on the last day found out how to load it up with some of their issues, and so we lost that battle. But along this path that we were on, I found that the Municipal Association and ACCG were good allies in messaging as well. And my experience has been, we all live and see these problems. I still think the urban voters think you get your meat in the grocery store. I mean, I think it's the buy-in we need from them is one of our biggest challenges, and we were able to do that last year, but the last day of session, the bill got shot down. So I like the idea of sharpshooters going around and trying to push an issue and see if we can get that passed and start educating our colleagues. They're not indifferent to these issues, but it's not something their constituents know or have bought into. So I guess that's my biggest concern, that as our population density increases, the willingness and knowledge of an individual voter to engage in this is declining. So I think one of the things we need to learn how to do is to be the top salesman for our area with our colleagues who care, but it's just not on their plate as a problem. But thank you, all the research you've done, and you've just done phenomenal work, and I thank you for that.
Chairwoman Pennyhouse.
Thank you so much for what you're doing. You know, I come from a real rural county that has about 5,000 people in it. And I don't think folks realize too, so many of these small counties, when you're talking about 3,000 people in the county, don't realize that some of them have a state prison there. And
We do.
And that's part of the population. About 2,000 are county, and they don't take that into consideration. And neither do they take into consideration when you talk about picking cotton, how much a cotton picker costs.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think one thing we did this year to help the farmer was the bill we passed about that if you jointly own a cotton picker, you can take the taxes off. But one thing too, I have, and Gerald knows this, I have pushed since I've been up here, we've got to consolidate. You cannot run a county with 2,000, 3,000.
I ain't touching that.
And Gerald and
I ain't got no green button or no red button.
Well, I tell you, I don't have any green button, but I've got a farm over there, and we haven't done reevaluation, and I've shuddered to think what's going to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to thank you for what you're doing. And one thing too, people, I was reading in the Atlanta paper, somebody was running for representative and said that the film industry was the largest industry in Georgia. I know y'all read that too. They don't have a clue of what's going on, half the folks.
That's right.
That's what Lynn said, we need to promote and
Maybe they
educate people.
Maybe they mean everybody watches Netflix.
Maybe they do. Thank you so much, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bridges. I think every county should have you to come and talk to them, because you've done your research and you do a wealth of good things for our county. Thank you, and Scott, for everything you do.
Thank you.
Our next presenter It's from the University of Georgia College of Engineering, Dr. David Gaddy, Associate Professor. Dr. Gaddy.
Thank you, Chairman Jackson, Chairman Green, and Vice Chair Corbett. I appreciate y'all having me in Rome. And Representative Dempsey, it's a pleasure to be here because the last time I was here was in 2013 when because it's also my wife's son, married a girl from Rome, Georgia, right here on this campus in that really pretty Ford rock building over there. So it's a pleasure to be back. I'm going to build a good bit off of what David just presented. The power sector, this is about electricity in Georgia. The picture's not as bleak, or the story's not as bleak right now, but some of the things that David just talked about as far as rural Georgia goes, we could really put the state in an even tougher position if we're not vigilant. So what I want to talk about is powering all of Georgia reliably and affordably. We are up against, and I'm sure most of you are aware and know what's coming as far as policy is concerned in the U.S., but we're facing increased electricity demand all over the country. We are in Georgia, but this is facing headwinds. The headwinds being there are policies that are oriented towards putting downward pressure on reliable power generation facilities, particularly coal and natural gas plants. So the concern here and the things that I want to touch on here in this presentation is what are some of the potential implications this is going to have on rural communities in Georgia. So what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to look at Georgia in general relative to the U.S. and other states. We're going to look at resource diversity, talk about Georgia models. Then we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into Georgia's cooperatives, talk about generation capacity, and I'm going to close out with what I think are just a few simple recommendations, simple to state, but they're just a little bit tougher, I think, that as far as implementation goes. But just as I go through this, keep in mind, we are moving towards an increasingly electrified economy. It's not talking about, in particular, just EVs. But it is just we are having increased demand, upward pressure on electricity, and that means we're going to have more power plants, more electricity capacity. So here's the U.S. This is what we've looked like since the end of World War II. Right now, keep in mind, and kind of thread through this as we go through it, that federal policy currently is focused on carbon reduction. That's what federal policy currently is focused on. And if we're talking about something like decarbonizing our economy, zeroing out fossil fuels and things like that, right now our power sector in the U.S. is 58.3% fossil fuels. One of the things to notice, what we've always done in this country, is we have valued diversity. When we discover an energy resource, we have always added that resource to our industrial base, because with that resource comes technologies, supply chains, and industrial or economic growth. Notice the coal line here. As an academic, what I'm supposed to do is celebrate that downward trend in coal. And just let me make this real clear. Climate change is an issue, but this is not the point of this presentation. That coal line is a domestic, storable, baseload resource that has essentially powered this country for the past 75 years. Losing that resource, declining that resource and that technology is a security concern. It is a reliability concern, and it is a cost concern. We're also losing diversity in this. We love, in my group, natural gas. Natural gas has been a godsend to this country and to this state. But if you're an engineer, I happen to be one of the nerds in the room, if you're going to meet the demand of a just-in-time 24/7 electricity out here, and you're going to meet that with a flow resource like natural gas. That's tough. If there's a problem in the Gulf, you're going to have a problem at your power plants. That's why we value the diversity part here, and why we're a little concerned. In fact, we're deeply concerned about losing coal capacity in the country. We still have 2 plants here in the state of Georgia, Bowen and Shearer, and it's our push that we keep those coal plants in operation as long as we really possibly can. So I'm not going to celebrate the decline in coal. I'm going to say we've got some concerns that we need to take into account. Here's Georgia, and I'll go through this and I'll parse these out in our regulated versus deregulated markets, and I'll compare this with 7 other states. You know our market here in Georgia, vertically integrated, regulated market structure, generation, transmission, and distribution. The upside to that, as many upsides as there are, one of the key upsides is somebody's responsible for reliability there. One company, one group, they are responsible for reliability. That's a benefit for the state of Georgia. It gives us the advantage of being able to prioritize reliability, and we'll look at some states who aren't able to do that. So as I go through this in the other states, notice the trend lines. Here, coal has been down in Georgia. It's starting to flatten out. Gas is up. Nuclear has been flat until recently with Vogtle 3 and 4. We're sitting at about 46.9% natural gas. It's a pretty good mix right now. We're the only state in the country, only state that is offsetting a reduction in coal with all 3, natural gas, nuclear, and renewables. We're the only state in the country doing that. And we're also keeping our rates low. Now, this sounds like it's a rosy picture for the state of Georgia. I'll get to the co-ops in specific detail in just a minute, but keep in mind what we're doing in Georgia is not necessarily what's coming out of D.C. D.C. again is putting downward pressure on all fossil fuel resources. These are going to be the 7 states, and I've got them in 3 tiers. The first one here, Florida, upper left, that's the only state of the top 8 GDPs in the U.S. It's the only other state besides Georgia that has a regulated, vertically integrated market. And you'll see it there in the upper left, the trend. Gas is up, coal is down, nuclear is flat. It's that way in Florida, it's that way in Ohio, and it's that way in Illinois. Gas is up, coal is down, nuclear is flat. The second tier, Pennsylvania and New York. Coal is down, gas is up, nuclear is down. When you shut down nuclear capacity, immediately what you do is you backfill with natural gas. So if you've got carbon objectives like they do in states like New York, and you shut down a nuclear reactor, something has to backfill it, and it's going to be what's available and what's economical, and in this case it was natural gas. And then you get to the poster children states, that's Texas and California. And if we ever have been given a glimpse into what happens when you structure your power generation sector around either just chase what's cheapest for the next 2 or 3 years, you get Texas. And if you chase zero carbon, you get California. But what you get in both cases is reliability goes to heck. In California, gas is up, kind of. Coal is out. Nuclear's flat, and they just saved their last nuclear plant through government action. They were trying to shut it down too. Renewables are up. They've got low carbon. But their rates, those residential rates in California are 28.92 cents a kilowatt hour. Here in Georgia, they're about 14. Texas, natural gas is up, coal is down, and they're backfilling with wind and solar. And we know what the consequences of that are. We've seen it happen, and it rolls out every year. So this brings to us, again, this is the concern. This is all going to come back to rural Georgia, because rural Georgia, to David's points, They are vulnerable. Those communities are vulnerable when the cities make the decisions. If the cities make the decisions, the rural communities pretty much deal with the consequence of that. Here's just a daily, midnight to midnight, how you follow peak demand or how you follow a demand daily. And here's the bottom line on this. We have done this in the U.S. and in Georgia. We've done it well for decades and decades and decades. And this is how you do it. You have to have baseload resources. In this case, nuclear and coal have always served as that. Increasingly, natural gas combined cycles are becoming baseload plants because we got a lot of gas. But once you get above that, you have to have something that's going to follow that load and that demand quickly. When solar kicks in, we're going to use that gas and kind of throttle it down a little bit. But once you get up to the peak, we need peaker plants. We need every resource that is on that screen. We are not going to be able to keep the grid reliable and affordable if we simply say we need to structure this entirely around whatever's cheapest or whatever's lowest carbon. There are some trade-offs here. And that's why in the state of Georgia, what's been done so well over the years is we prioritize reliability as affordably as we can while trying to reduce carbon. But it's always been about reliability. That has benefited the state, both urban and rural. And if we look around the state, no need to busy yourself with looking at this graph. There's only two things that I want you to note about this. The color columns, they're consistent. Let's see, I don't know what color that is right here. What are the natural gas, yellowish brown, coal is gray, nuclear is blue. Notice how that changes as we go around. We'll do it in a second. But look in the upper left, the residential rates, 2023, U.S. average, 15.98 cents. Start in the east-south central, dead bottom, a little to the left. A lot of natural gas, a lot of nuclear, a lot of coal. That's the conventional energy resources that have built the country. Natural gas, nuclear, and coal. The rates are pretty good, about a little over 13 cents. As we move into our section in the South Atlantic, still natural gas, nuclear, and coal, the rates are holding steady. Once you get up into that upper Northeast, Middle Atlantic, the New England states, coal is gone. And look at those rates. In the Middle Atlantic, 19.61 cents. In New England, 28.72 cents. Also deregulated markets up there. They haven't really done much of anything right. And it's not to say that once you get rid of coal, your rates are going to go up. Those are policy decisions. Those represent state cultures and what they want their state economies to be. It's not what we do down here in Georgia. Once you get back up into the east, north, central, coal's kicking back in. Then in the west, north, central, coal and wind dominate, but it's because that's where the resource is. And the rates are beginning to come back down. But once you get back out in that Pacific contiguous on the west coast, California comes back into play. Again, coal is gone. Natural gas and hydro are your leading. And that's because they've got deep ravines out there, lots of rivers, and a lot of hydro in Washington and Oregon. If we want to compare this, now here was the promise back in the 90s. The promise was if we just take these vertically integrated markets and we just break them up, and we let the Wild West economy chase the cheapest rates possible. Let's just let them fight it out. We were going to get lower rates. That was the promise. Here are the states in the U.S. regulated retail rates since 2001. You see the red dotted line there. That's the U.S. average. And Georgia's the black dotted line. We're consistently below the U.S. average. And also notice those lines up there. They're tight, and they're mostly below the U.S. average, but they're tight. Straight over to the deregulated market, the red dotted line is still the U.S. average, volatile and above average rates. Those markets have not returned what they promised, nor are they more reliable. Now again, we get back to the point of this committee. I'm going to recommend, subject our rural communities to this sort of volatility. It's just not what I think we should be doing. So we look at it relative to those 8 GDPs. This is Georgia, again, just to those 8 GDPs, and we simply are better at keeping those rates below average. And if we want to talk about CO2 emissions, if we want to see what Georgia has done CO2 emissions-wise, we will normalize it. And here it is, normalized to GDP, to our state GDP, CO2 emissions per economic output. You see New York and California have us beat, but they've also plateaued out. There's only so much CO2 you can squeeze out of an economy before you can't get any more out of the economy. But if you look at Georgia here, and again, Georgia's the red dotted line, U.S. is black, red and black. There's a theme there. The red dotted line is Georgia, and this tie is not completely red. The black dotted line is the U.S. We in Georgia have done a great job. Rates are down, reliability is steady, and we're doing great at CO2 emissions. But again, the concern is we're okay now. We're doing a good job now, but the pressures are coming to do more, and it's going to be mostly focused on this chart right here at CO2 emissions. So, to the Georgia co-ops, this is in the U.S., and these customer counts are meters, not people. I mean, it's a household. So in the U.S., cooperatives, we've got about 17,690,000 residential meters in the U.S. In Georgia, 1,938,000 plus. We are the second largest co-op residentially in the country. Commercially, second largest co-op in the country. Industrially, we're the 4th largest. And I have spoken in probably 20 to 25 states at their state EMC section meetings, and they envy Georgia. I don't even have to go out there and brag on us. They envy not just our rates, not just our reliability. They envy the state's relationship as far as its power sector in general, IOUs, co-ops, the MEAGs, and how well we get along in this state, where when it comes to providing electricity, it is Team Georgia. They compete for loads, but when it comes to 20 and 30-year outlays, it is about Georgia. It's about the citizens of Georgia, and it's about this economy. So what I've done, and I do, this one graph in particular, I think really relates back to what David just presented when the thing about the deaths and births, I almost threw up in the back row. That really was depressing to me. What I've done with our state co-ops, these are residential, these are co-ops and the residential rates. The red dotted line is what I showed you earlier. That's just the U.S. average. But what I did was I took the co-ops who 1 million megawatt hours plus. Those are the ones with a little bit more urban area to them. But then the ones that are below that, the ones that tend to be more rural in those white counties that David had. And then the gray line is just the average for all residential co-ops. And you can see the rates for those that are below the 1 million megawatt hours, that little brown line, a little bit higher. That's just an economy of scale issue there. The blue line, which are the more densely populated areas, those rates tend to be a little bit lower. If we look at residential rates, this is Georgia compared with every other state. And I didn't worry about, I know the lines are busy, but those are 50 states up there. But Georgia's that red dotted line. That's how we compare residential rates for our rural cooperative residential customers in the state of Georgia with every other co-op residential in the rest of the country. We are far below the average, and we're doing a really good job at serving those communities currently. If we compare this with those top 8 GDPs, we're just better. But it's easy to say Georgia's better. A couple of more, this is not as busy a figure as it may seem, but I've got in green, Georgia, in brown are those top 8 GDP states. And all I wanted to point out here are 2 things. The first one is the yellow column, and it's rates, all 50 states. In Georgia, our average rates are lower than 65.6% of residential customers in the rest of the country. Again, lower than 2/3 of other co-ops. Our co-ops are outcompeting other co-ops. And then if we look at how much they pay per month annually, or not per month annually, that made no sense. How much they're paying annually, residential just and consumption, we are lower than 56.6% of the rest of the country, co-op to co-op. So our generation capacity currently, we're sitting here, combustion turbines, and I won't busy too much about each one of the columns, but we're very heavily dependent on gas. We've got nuclear, but my two boxes up here, these are where the concerns start to kick in. We've got upward pressure on capacity, new industry coming in, and it's great. EVs, 2 or 3 years ago, everybody was worried to death that EVs were going to, and you know what we did? We're calculatingly bringing those in. But the two that are on the burner right now are data centers and AI. We do not have any data for how to do this. So lots of things floating around as to how we need to respond, but they are going to matter. They're going to land somewhere. These data centers and this AI that goes with it, it is a national security issue. We can't outsource them, put them in Slovenia or Kazakhstan. They got to go statewide, and they got to land in somebody's state. And they are energy intensive, and as time goes on and they become more computationally intense, they use more electricity. This is just something we're facing, and we've got to face it. But at the same time, downward pressure, federal mandates on what has gotten us to where we are, fossil fuel plants, and pushing us towards more renewables. So at least for the time being, we've got new capacity, combustion turbines, we've got natural gas combined cycle. This is Georgia Power. Oglethorpe Power are coming in with about 1,640 megawatts of new combustion turbines. Both of them come in about 1,430 megawatts of combined cycle. And I know Georgia Power down here's got a PPA with Mississippi Power for about 750 megawatts of firm power with another 1,000 megawatts of battery storage. Just keep in mind with battery storage, it's not a new resource. It's got to get its energy from those columns on the left. This is just technology that's going to store it. This is probably one of our strongest suits here, is that if we're going to be building scaled up power plant capacity, again, it's Team Georgia. It's Georgia Power, Oglethorpe Power, the MEAGs, the Daltons, and so forth. And you can see here that we've got a really good relationship when it comes to joint ownership of large facilities like this. Oglethorpe Power, this is just pretty much what they're in, and this is again what most of the EMCs are getting a good percentage of their electricity from is through Oglethorpe Power, and you can see there. But again, it's a good mix of nuclear, coal, and gas. So here's the carbon question, and I'm about to bring this thing in. This is what Georgia has done on CO2 emissions. This is in 2022 for our electric power sector. Right now, or at least in 2022, it was 33% of the state's CO2 emissions, 0.8% of the country's CO2 emissions, and 0.1% of global. Now keep in mind, climate change is a global issue. It's not a local only, it's a global issue. Currently, we are at 1977 levels, but the scream is do more, do better, do it faster, do it cheaper, and really just give us some free electricity that doesn't generate any emissions. We have done a great job in this state, but again, the concern is upward pressure on demand, downward pressure on what has been working. That's going to be a conflict. And if we look at global emissions since 2000, which is when China joined the World Trade Organization, 13,700 plus million metric tons for that period of time, and we know where it's come from. This is not a complaint about China. I've got other things to complain about China over besides CO2 emissions. But those China, India, the Asia Pacific, they are not going to stop burning fossil fuels. They're not going to stop building coal plants. They're not going to stop. The only countries putting downward pressure on CO2 are us and Europe. And again, the question on the table is, we need to do more. The state of Georgia needs to do more. So let's just take, and this is my last slide, at blue line on the bottom, U.S. emissions since 1990. The black line is global emissions since 1990. And the blue dotted line is, I'm going to just take the U.S. off the map completely, zero out all carbon, and you get the blue dotted line. Now, if climate change was an issue, and that sets us back to 2010 levels. So if climate change was an issue in 2010 with us, it's a problem in 2023 without us. The problem here is in 2023, we don't have fossil fuels standing up our grid, and we don't know how to do that. It's an experiment that we really don't want to conduct. So my summary points and recommendations: be cautious of any proposals or policies to transition this state away from fossil fuels and organize our economy around decarbonization goals. We cannot address this, climate change that is, on the back of our economy, and we don't need to do it on the back of rural Georgia. Many of our co-ops serve what are described federally as serving areas of persistent poverty, disadvantaged communities. And putting downward pressure on those reliable plants is going to put upward pressure on prices, because coal is just the first shot. Natural gas plants are next. EPA just only did the coal plants first. Natural gas plants are the next target. We need to continue leveraging our core advantages: vertical integration, long-term integrated resource planning, and joint ownership in power plants. Last two things, we do need to start looking at small modular reactors. They're still a ways out. They're not at the door, but we do need to start looking at those, and we need to plan for additional natural gas capacity. These are realities for the state. And I'll contend that with bad policy, our rural communities will suffer the consequences probably more acutely. I was supposed to have a slide up here that had one of the little rascals asking a question, but I think David jacked it. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Chairman Green. Chairman Green.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. And I want to tell the committee members that Justin's going to put this on our website, and that we will also have Leo will get this information out to you. Very great job in doing the presentation there.
Thank you.
Once again, you've pulled out the ideas of what's affecting rural Georgia, and we are very fortunate to have the EMCs and the individual MEAG and all of those groups to provide us with the resources that we have in the state of Georgia. That's what makes us the #1 state to do business in.
And we want to stay there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes.
I think there are other questions.
Thank you,
We
Chairman.
do have some questions. Chairman Bill, you ought to. Leon. Bill first.
Who?
David, appreciate your presentation.
Yes, sir.
You hit the nail on the head. I think diversity is the main thing. We've done a great job in Georgia with that. And I remember, maybe 10 years back, with efficiencies and things like that, we thought we'd have plenty of power, but boy, how that's changed. I'm just proud to be in Georgia where, we've got, like you mentioned, Georgia Power, Oglethorpe, the EMCs, and MEAG and the city of Dalton work well together. And, an example of that's completing the project of Unit 3 and 4 at Vogel. And that's a big deal for Georgia. We need to be proud of that, and we are proud that that's a great accomplishment for Georgia. I think that makes us the envy of the nation that we completed that project, the first new nuclear in over 30 years. And South Carolina started about the same time we did.
Yes.
They pulled the plug on theirs, and we got ours completed. So I think that puts us in a good position for economic development, continuing to be the best state to do business in. And one question I have is, you mentioned small nuclear. And of course, I'd like to see more large nuclear. I know it's expensive and a challenge, and the first in Georgia was certainly a challenge, but with those, natural gas is kind of the answer right now, it seems to be. Talk about natural gas pipeline capacity in Georgia. Is that an issue with all the natural gas we're going to need to put online?
It will be an issue. I don't have any inside baseball data on where we are and what we're planning on doing, but we're going to need more transmission capacity out of the Gulf, maybe up out of the Northeast as well, but we're going to need more natural gas capacity. What we don't want to do is run into the situation like they've got up in the Northeast where they are choked every winter. Now, they deal with a lot of gas heating up there that we don't have as much of here. But what they end up with up there, because of their transmission choke points, they end up having to decide, are they going to use natural gas to generate electricity when it's really, really cold, or warm people's homes? And so the gas companies arbitrage that, and they take the highest bid. And those are downsides of that kind of market structure, and also simply elevating decarbonization as an objective, because a lot of those states up there just want to eventually get rid of natural gas as well. Right. So the capacity transmission, to your point, that's one of those forward-thinking things that we need to really be looking at, and the public needs to understand this as well. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chair Lynn Smith.
Presentation, and I hope you're not grading us on our comprehension of all of this. So, thank you very much. I have some questions related to innovation. I know carbon capture sequestration has been studied in Mississippi and places like that, and that might be a tool in the future for our coal. And then the other things are the portable nuclear units that is out there on the discussion. And as well, shingle panel solar that might be helpful to our rural areas where they capture that. How realistic are those things I'm finding out about?
Yes, ma'am. The solar shingle panels, I'm assuming, is for them to generate their own electricity.
Exactly. Especially for rural areas.
Yes, ma'am. So I think if we compare that with just regular rooftop solar now, I think that one's going to be a little more a little costlier than because the solar shingles just have not really matured yet. They're pretty expensive as well. So I think if they were really looking at being self-generating, I think and they wanted to do rooftop, I think they would need to go with the conventional rooftop solar for the time being. On the carbon capture, so there's 2 points that I try to make clear. If carbon reduction is the priority, if that's it and we have to do this, then we're going to have carbon capture. Right. We're going to have it. If we're going to keep reliable plants, we're going to also have to tell our ratepayers they're going to have to pay more for this.
Yeah.
So my point in saying this is if we do prioritize carbon, and I'm actually saying we shouldn't.
Should you agree
I'm
with
saying
me?
we should not.
Should not, okay.
We should not, because we get no return on that investment.
Okay.
Climate is global. We can zero the entire U.S. out, but imagine zeroing out Sly County or Jones County. There is no global climate, and climate's not going to stop at U.S. borders just because we got a good climate policy. It's not going to do that. So I'm not for imposing carbon constraints that then are going to require us, if we're going to keep maintaining reliability, we're going to have CCS. We're just going to have to tell the folks you're going to have to pay for it. So that, and as far as the mobile reactors, Representative Smith, those micro reactors that you're speaking of, a little different category, but a great category than the small modulars I was talking about. The micro reactors are about 20 megawatts and smaller. And right now they see their application in the military for the most part, in forward deployment in remote locations, so that our military does not have that oil and gas supply chain that is oftentimes a problem. They can move forward with, they haven't scaled it up yet. It's not really advanced to that stage. But I think the SMRs, the small modulars, are probably going to be our first accessible economic scale reactor technology for states like Georgia. I think that'll be our go-to nuclear. If it's not going to be the big stuff, it's going to be the small one. And those are about 300 megawatts, smaller.
Thank you. I feel like it's good that we always look way ahead of ourselves and see not what we're doing now and making it better, but what we can do in the future that we've not even thought about. So the research is so important that's going on. And I heard a presentation one time from U.S. Army commander, and he talked, his job was to rotate batteries all up and down our interstates to keep all of our bases fully, they had to be ready for anything that would come.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we have now is, I guess I'm getting at, what we have now is not going to sustain us in the future unless we become creative. Am I correct with that?
As far, you mean sustain our power grid?
Right.
What we've got now is working. We are absolutely going to need nuclear in the future if we keep shutting down coal plants. We're going to have it. We're also going to have to pay for that. This is not going to be go from a conventional, proven, reliable, and affordable resource to a new one. There are going to be costs incurred there. So to the point you were making about moving forward, greater demand on electricity, we are going to need advanced technology. Batteries are one for now, but we're going to need those nuclear reactors to kick in. And we're always going to need natural gas. If anybody says natural gas is going to be a bridge to some future without natural gas, it's a bridge to nowhere, because we're not going to end well if we try to get off of natural gas in this country. And the straight up of it is the greatest cheerleader for us to decarbonize our economy is China. They would love for us to give that one a shot.
Well, we sell our old equipment to them, so, why not back at
Well, they
it?
own the supply chain on renewables and stuff, so they would love for us to
Right.
need them.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very
Yes, ma'am.
much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chairman Ron Stevens.
Thank you, David.
Yes, sir.
Kind of, would you comment, I guess a two-part question following up on the chairman's here. Everything that I've seen and where we are today is good. But in the very near future, Georgia is going to be the 5th most populated state in the country. California will move to number 2. Texas will be number 1. Then Florida, 3, New York, and then Georgia. I see a train wreck coming, number 1. And how did the Fed square zero carbon throughout the United States, just us and Europe, whenever we're shipping coal out, and it's the same air, I thought.
It's the same climate, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to answer the first one, it will be a train wreck if we are not planning, particularly our grid, out for 30 years. It'll be a train wreck. And I'm not trying to over-belabor the point about our market structure, but deregulated markets cannot accommodate. That's why California is losing people. They are not able to look forward 10, 15, and 20 years. They only are looking at near term, 2 to 3 years out. What we've always been good at, for the most part in the country, is to the point you're exactly making, we've always thought about grandchildren for the most part when we did stuff. And we've lost a lot of that. That train wreck, for us to avoid it, is going to require us as a state to decide whether or not we're going to maintain our culture, our energy culture, our power sector culture, or not. If we maintain it, then we build out for 30 years. But we have got to broker that conversation with the general public because they don't understand it right now, I don't think, too. I think they're getting extreme narratives from two sides. It's confusing. My students are stuck in that same boat when they come into my classes. And it's hard for them to calculate just exactly what we should and shouldn't do. So for us to avoid the train wreck, we need good conversations with the general public to get them on board the train that ain't going to wreck. That sounded like, I don't even know if that was an answer to your question. But the train wreck is going to come, particularly if the federal policies are mandated from the top down to decarbonize, and that gets to your second point. There is no precedent for any industrialized economy to remain industrialized without fossil fuels. There is no precedent for an economy industrializing without fossil fuels. And my point is, if we want to be and maintain competitive advantage, Georgia against other states, the U.S. against China, they are not going to do this. So whose industrial base is going to be the winner? The one with all the energy resources and technology, or the one that's got a few and is just trying to be low carbon? That one wins over there. I got a little off dramatic, and I didn't mean to, but the train wreck you're talking about is the concern. It is the concern. And it's not going to be answered just by simply saying, do this. This is a conversation that really needs to be had. And as far as the federal government, if you can tell me why they do anything right now, I'll write it down and teach it.
Chairman Hatch is recognized next. And could you keep the questions down to one apiece, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, this has been a great presentation. You're right, the public needs to see it and learn it. Have you made a similar presentation to our Georgia congressmen and women?
I have made it to a few of them.
But not all of them collectively.
But I have testified at Congress three times.
Okay.
Congressman Carter knows me well. He's been in all three of those. But the short answer is no, sir. I have not spoken to all of them. And I think, to your point, they need to be in the room.
This is one more question. I think I've read recently where one of our power providers has applied to build more coal plants. Is that true?
In the state of Georgia?
Yes.
I have not heard that.
Okay. I think something where they've applied for more.
We are trying to hold on to what we got as far as over at Plant Shearer, and I think Overthrow Power's done that, is not retiring those units at Plant Shearer coal plants. And then up at Bowen, I think there was a proposal a few years ago to start retiring those, and I think the brakes were put on that because maybe we shouldn't. But not to build new coal plants. No, sir.
Chairman John Carberry.
Thank you, Dr. Gotti, for the presentation, and I just want to say you're a refreshing change to most college professors that we get to listen to. And I'm not going to elaborate on that, but absolutely refreshing change. But back to, I know Germany uses a lot of wood pellets. We make a lot of them in one of my counties, and all of them go to Germany, generate power. What's the possibility? I mean, we've heard the previous speaker talking about how forestry, we got to have new markets to help that industry survive.
The wood
pellet to help generation. I know.
Economically, I say we keep cranking them out. If they're fool enough to pay for it and burn it over there, let them do it. Yeah. But it kind of reflects Germany's mindset on energy.
Yeah,
they're literally burning trees from Georgia because they've shut down their nuclear plants.
That's right.
And you know, this is not one of these just shut one down, sort one up kinds of things. These are not fungible commodities that we're talking about. But I think we just keep selling to them. It's just great for our state. Agreed or not?
No, I agree.
Yeah, keep selling it. I don't know why they're doing it.
We'd like to increase that market more to help.
But one of the reasons...
Why don't we do it here? It would be the question.
Why don't we burn wood pellets here? Energy density, the heat and value of wood pellets, and plus once the transportation once you are shipping it too far. I think we tried that down in Albany, didn't we? Or maybe it was ethanol or something.
It was proposed.
What was it?
It was proposed at one time.
It was proposed. It's just we can get a lot more energy out of like coal and gas currently. I think there still is a lot of industrial application, though, for what you're talking about as far as on-site generation. I think a lot of plants in the state are doing that. And we certainly don't need to be wasting it. I mean, we need to be using it.
Right.
But if we can get money for it, all the better.
Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this presentation. It's Chairman Hatcher, you're right. A lot of people need to see this. I want to focus back on rural Georgia. Large-scale solar is expanding. Electricity providers are going that route and putting a lot of that solar and most all of it in rural Georgia. And I'm a little concerned about going on competing with our agricultural sector. Could you comment on whether large-scale solar in rural Georgia is a good investment? Should we be encouraging that or looking skeptical on that?
You could not have asked me a more uncomfortable question. So, in every other state but Georgia that I've talked about this, that question comes up, and here's their dilemma. Farmers in those states can make a lot more money by letting somebody come in, and they don't even have to clock in anymore. That still is depressing. That is not at all necessarily getting to David's point about, is it good for the community? Is it helping the community grow? So I don't know if the answer is a direct answer, or if it's really what we need to do is look at what are the broader implications of when that happens. There may be that one family benefits greatly from it, but taking productive farmland out of production, there is a roof to that. There's a ceiling to that. In this country, we clearly can't do that, but to a certain point. I don't know that we know what that ceiling is. It may be a lot lower than what we think. So my heart is with yours on this is something that hurts, and we don't know what the implications may be. But the hard time that I have is telling a farmer, don't do something that's going to help your family. And I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. I wish I did.
Thank you.
That wasn't much of an answer.
No, it is. It's something on a lot of our minds going forward. Mine especially.
It's on the minds of everybody in every state I've been in, and all of these co-ops are all dealing with the same thing. And they start talking about the price out in Kansas or Missouri or Iowa, the price of wheat, the price of corn, the price of soybean, the price of solar, and my head is spinning. They come out and say, they're going to make X number and not even have to get on that Farmer's Day tractor. They just don't have to do it. So
it's a real jackpot for those that do it, have the opportunity to do it, but it's long-term, I think, implications on that.
I think there are too, and I don't think we've evaluated it nearly as well as we need to.
Chairman Jasper.
Thank you. This is one of these subject matters that's pretty easy to ask a dumb question. And yeah, it is. I can see your students now, but you said a number of times what we have is working.
Okay.
And all the different combinations. I guess this last legislative session, we had some real serious questions about data centers, AI centers, and when you look at those and you look at what you've got there, without increasing capacity in megawatts, I mean real megawatts, it seems like those are going to collide in your graphs for Georgians, and that we're all going to pay more in power because of the limited resource. And am I looking at that right?
You're looking at it, I think you're dead center, right? Yeah. So to the point of it's currently working, it is. It's currently working in terms of it's reliable, the rates are lower, and we've got a forward-looking plan. So in that sense, it's working. And the concern to your point was we've got to start looking out for it or it ain't going to work anymore. So to answer your question directly, we're going to have to deal with these data centers as a standalone. It's not like every household is putting in a new air conditioner. Back in the 70s, we build new capacity and everybody benefits from it. That's not going to happen with these data centers. We're going to put in new capacity for that data center. How do we socialize those costs? How do we actually use that to put downward pressure on road? I'm not saying we can, I'm just saying we need to take advantage of the opportunity and try and put downward pressure if we charge them a different rate, a higher rate, a data center rate, or whatever the rate is. But we clearly cannot just have them come in, employ 5 people, build new assets, and socialize those costs on the backs of residential rate consumers. We can't do that.
That's what my concern was. I think a lot of our concern was that this year.
And I think in general, in every other state I've been in, everybody knows that we can't do that. I think the question is, again, so we've got residential, commercial, industrial, and transportation rates. Do we now have a 5th column that's a data center rate?
Yeah.
And that would be my push. And this is going to require us being y'all, because y'all are the ones who are going to be dealing with the data centers coming in and negotiating or talking about what are we going to do. It's going to take a different level of diplomacy than we've had in the past.
I heard whispering in my ear, we just created another lobbyist employment situation.
Thank you, Dr. Getty.
Thank you. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Chairman Green.
Yes, before we proceed to the next presentation, we need Chief Casey to step up and make an announcement. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got our next presenter. Everyone knows him. He's a friend to our communities all over the state of Georgia. He's the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, none other than Commissioner Christopher Nunn.
Thank you, Chairman. It's great to be with you.
Mr. Commissioner, if you would introduce your staff as well.
I will. I was going to say that we do that every time when we're meeting too. We just get going. So I'm Christopher Nunn. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs, and on behalf of DCA and the One Georgia Authority, I just want to thank you for not only the invitation to be here today, but also the broad support that we have enjoyed from each of you in the legislature. That's not just in the form of appropriations and support under the Gold Dome, but also the calls I get from so many of you from the interaction and engagement that we have in your community and on behalf of the communities that you represent. So thank you so much for your continued support. Because you're standing in front of me, Penny. Also, a lot of people have taken a bio break, so we're going to have a little conversation. Before I dive into the presentation, I also want to thank my team, several of whom are here with me today. I think y'all know Rusty Haygood, my Deputy Commissioner, Jenna Webb, who is the Director of the One Georgia Authority, Ryan Evans is our Head of External Affairs and Government Relations. And I'm also delighted to have one of our board members, Al Hodge, who many of you know, who is here with us today. I am honored to work with this team and certainly appreciate the great work that they do. I also want to thank Leo for helping us to get organized today. So I was asked to come and talk to you about 2 topics, rural workforce housing and infrastructure. Now, I'm going to focus primarily on rural housing, and then I'm going to touch on infrastructure and my good friend and colleague Hunter Hill, who is presenting after me on behalf of the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, will I think, pick up on the topic of infrastructure, particularly as we look to address water and sewer issues throughout the state. And he can speak a little bit more to the money that was included in the budget last year that has helped us to continue to address many of those needs. You know, when we think about housing, this is a complex topic. And even more so when you think about all of the growth that is occurring around the state. Now, some of you may have seen the governor's announcement this morning as he highlighted the fact that we continue to grow and to add jobs and to experience economic success across the state. In fact, there were 427 economic development announcements, and those include expansions as well as new investments into our state just last year. 83% of those, representing about 18,500 new jobs, were in areas outside of the 10-county metro Atlanta region. So you can imagine that this topic of rural housing and workforce housing is increasingly complex when you overlay that, that issue. For the sake of time, I'm going to try to simplify this. So we tend to think about housing, if you were like me, through the lens of our own experience. And that's understandable, probably even human nature. But in fact, housing types and housing needs vary even within a community. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Even when you think about single-family, owned housing, which is the most plentiful housing option anywhere in the state, but certainly in rural parts, there are various types that make up those solutions. There's the new housing that we see across the state, but there's also the older, more established single-family homes. In so many of our rural communities, you've got historic homes that make up, not only some of the charm, but also kind of the core in your downtown infrastructure. In fact, some of our rural communities have actually started to, adapt their historic properties in their downtowns to address housing needs. And then, of course, when you think about the fact that, about 2/3 of our population owns a home, there's another need for the third who rent. So our communities are made up of lots of different housing types and housing needs. Let's start with home ownership. So home ownership is an ideal. For families, it represents housing stability. It represents the opportunity to build wealth. But for communities, it also represents an increased rate of civic participation, neighborhood and school stability. I mentioned that about 2/3 of Georgians own the home that they live in. The actual rate varies by county from about 30% on the low end to close to 85% on the higher end. So, knowing that every community is different, let's assume that somewhere in that 60 to 70% range, which represents the state average, is a healthy home ownership rate. Well, since 1978, the Georgia Dream program has helped first-time home buyers to achieve home ownership. And that also helps to build stronger communities. This program works through an expansive network, statewide lenders all across the state. And over the past 45 years, Georgia Dream has enabled 51,000 Georgia households to achieve home ownership. For example, this young man on the left who is a college grad, completed his computer science degree, and he now works in IT for Verizon. He found himself, paying north of $1,400 a month in rent, and he said, you know what, it's probably a good time to buy a home. Well, he's one of about 1,500 households every year that participates in the Georgia Dream program. Again, over the last 50 years, 51,000 households in every single county in the state of Georgia have taken advantage of Georgia Dream. Now, you might imagine over that period of time, we do have to adapt to market conditions. Yet recently recognizing both opportunity to seize a relationship with the VA and also the fact that in many of our communities that are in close proximity to military installations, you have lower rates of home ownership. We launched a new program that is designed to help military families and households. It's called the Peach Select program, and that has already taken root, and it's doing really well, and it's helping us to drive home ownership in our communities. The Peach Select program. But over here on the right, I want you to just pay attention to this, and this is a graphic of the average mortgage in our program, not across the state, but of the loans that we originate. And you'll see that over the last 20 years, with the exception of a 2-year blip, there's a general trend of increase. But if you'll notice, in the 5 years between 2019 and today, that average mortgage has gone from roughly $130,000 in 2019 to a projected $260,000 in next year. Remember that. For sake of time, I'm going to skip a couple of slides here, although I'm going to just reiterate the point. Housing is more expensive today. Here on the left, if you look at this this home, this is around the corner from the house that I grew up in Perry. In fact, this house and 12 others like it were purchased in 1925 from the Sears and Roebuck catalog. Okay? They cost $2,000, and they were constructed to provide housing for the managers of the local cement plant. Now, adjusted for inflation, that represents about $36,000 in construction costs today, and I dare say you couldn't build this for $200,000 today. So the first thing I want to talk about is it's important to preserve what we've got. To do this, DCA uses some federal funds to make competitive grants to communities across the state to help rehab and stabilize existing homes. In some cases, you can also use those funds to construct new homes for low to moderate income individuals. On the top right are 2 homes in Adel that were improved through the CHIP program. On the bottom right are 3 new homes in Pembroke, down in Bryan County. This year, DCA awarded more than $13 million in CHIP grants to 19 communities. That was intended to rehab 110 homes, construct another 62. And awardees included communities that you know well: Sylvester, Colquitt, Cochran, Damascus, Millen, Moultrie, the list goes on. Additionally, the CDBG program, Community Development Block Grants, that you're familiar with, also awarded another $4.1 million to rehab 41 homes and construct another 6 or reconstruct 6 that were beyond repair. It's important to preserve what we've got. Last session, you extended the historic preservation tax credit for homes, and particularly in historic areas, and you think about many of our rural communities, this can be an important tool to preserve existing housing. Now, these tax credits do require significant investment from the homeowner, but they can be a catalyst for preservation. Another example of historic preservation, and in this case, we're talking about adapting historic properties to meet our current housing needs. At the top in downtown Bainbridge, this is the second story of a historic building downtown, and it has been converted to housing. Not affordable housing, which we're going to talk about. I believe, Darlene, that these rent for just north of $2,000 a month in Bainbridge. Okay? On the bottom in Pelham is the historic Hand Trading Building. This is the centerpiece of downtown, has been for years. And several years ago, this was converted into 54 mixed income homes made possible in part through historic tax credits and using housing tax credits for the 44 units that were converted to affordable housing. Now, when we met together some years ago down in Moultrie, you had a presentation from the folks in Hawkinsville talking about other historic investment of housing. This list could go on, but I just want you to remember that preservation is actually key to addressing many of our needs. Last year we did talk a lot about housing credits, and here is another important use as it relates to preservation. Since 1963, USDA has financed more than 533,000 units of housing in rural communities. Over the next decade, almost all of these will roll out of that program. And the projected loss of affordable housing in rural communities is alarming. These properties are home to mostly elderly, senior, and disabled individuals. And the average income for folks in these USDA 515 properties is $13,600 a year. Okay? So our concern, of course, is with the loss of these or the untenable increases in rent or perhaps eviction, where do these people go? Tax credits alone are not the solution here. Tax credits work really well for workforce housing, but at $300 a month in rent, these properties can't sustain the operations that are necessary under tax credits. So they really require vouchers or tenant subsidies. Last week I met with the USDA Rural Housing Director to talk about how we might be able to leverage tax credits to preserve and revitalize the properties, to keep the properties in our communities, but leverage the federal vouchers to operate the facilities. And we're continuing to do that, but we do actually in our tax credit program have a set aside for USDA properties, and these four represent 4 of 13 USDA properties that were just this year preserved using housing tax credits. So tax credits are certainly a vital tool for rural workforce housing. In fact, I learned recently, and this was interesting to me, the state housing tax credit was enacted in 2000. That was the same time, and it was in conjunction with the creation of the One Georgia Authority on purpose. The state housing tax credit and housing tax credits provide a tool to address rural workforce housing in a way that can also be beneficial to our more populated hub communities. By rule, at least 35% of tax credits are awarded in rural communities to finance developments like this. It's a 56-unit property in Tifton. Residents here at Nine Oaks work for Walgreens, the Tift Regional Medical Center, the Crisp County Schools, the State Department of Human Services, the City of Tifton, Sanderson Farms, and Moultrie, and that's just to name a few. Now, this is located right next door to a CDBG-funded community center, across the street from an elementary school, 6 blocks from downtown, and it has been a catalyst for the Public Housing Authority to begin to revitalize their property that's right across the street. Here's another example in Pembroke on the left, workforce housing that was built in 2014 to address a lot of needs in Interstate Center, which is directly across 16 from the new Hyundai Meta plant. On the right is a 60-unit senior housing or 70-unit senior housing development just downtown. Last point on this, if you remember, the policy objective behind tax credits is not more apartments. The policy objective is housing affordability. So in return for credit subsidy, developers commit to 30 years of affordably priced rent. So here along the coast, and this is either in Port Wentworth or Midway, I can't remember the example, but these properties are literally next door to one another. I dare say, can anyone figure out which one is the tax credit development? Okay, so I would argue that the property on the right, which is tax credit development probably has more potential to stand up to after 30 years than the 252 units on the left. The one on the right is 80 units of workforce housing. But to illustrate the point, take a look at the rents. The tax credit carries less debt, which can be passed along in the form of lower rents. Now you got to meet eligibility requirements to live here, and if you don't pay your rent, you get evicted, just like you do next door. But if you look at the rents in the property on the right, which are literally half that on the left, this is key housing for folks that make up our essential workforce, whether that be the folks who work in the groceries, who drive the hospitality industry along the coast, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So until last year, DCA's only tool to finance new housing development at any scale were tax credits. And that is, the tax credits are perhaps the best example of public-private partnership. But remember, most folks own the home that they live in, and we have built fewer homes over the last 13 to 15 years than we have added household formation. So to encourage private development of affordably priced homes, you supported the governor's amended FY23 budget recommendation for a $35 million pilot, a new flexible One Georgia housing initiative, which we launched last July, and I'm pleased to report that early returns have been very positive. To date, you can see that we have extended 17 infrastructure awards, as well as several construction loans that are in process. This funding has contributed to a pipeline of more than 1,265 new homes, primarily single-family for-sale housing. The program offers up to $2.5 million in infrastructure grants to communities who are working in partnership with private or nonprofit developers. The construction lending, up to $1 million and no more than 40% of the total financing, is also available. And in return for this investment, the state requires that new homes meet certain affordability criteria, that they're geared to entry-level workforce housing. Any rental units are also required to adhere to affordability standards. Now, the program is only a year old, and grant agreements afford 2 years to fully construct for a construction timeline. But this is a great example of the fruits of our labor. This is completed construction in Columbus. These homes have been sold to a Walmart cashier, a couple of teachers in the community, a handful of folks who work in and around Fort Moore. So a fantastic development, and really just the beginning. These homes in the Elliott's Walk subdivision have sold in the $160,000 to $180,000 price range. And one thing that I have found interesting, though perhaps not surprising in this program, is, in fact, many of the communities that have been able to move quickly to tap into this resource have already been active participants in other housing initiatives. For example, many are alumni of the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing. That's a fantastic partnership between DCA, the Georgia Municipal Association, and the University of Georgia that is supported by many of the folks in this room, and it helps communities to prepare for growth and to contemplate their housing needs. Almost every one of the investments that we have made have also, interestingly, been within close proximity to existing tax credit development. Now, the Rural Workforce Housing Initiative is designed to be flexible and community driven. So, every time we go into a community, we're looking and listening and trying to understand their needs. But there are a few interesting themes that have come out from my perspective. One, and this is most prominent in communities that are seeking to develop in and around their downtown core, is the notion of density. There are at least 3 or 4 communities who have ongoing development on reclaimed property that they are putting to new use. In this particular case, This is 3.5 acres of land, 2 blocks away from the downtown core, not far from here. And when the authority approved this award, there was a lot of intrigue that you could build 39 homes, not tiny homes. These are 1,800 square foot homes, that you could build 39 homes on 3.5 acres. And guess what? You can't unless you think differently. Now, this is not a downtown development, but it does help frame and illustrate some of the issues when it comes to land use. You know, when we met with this community and the developer, our team challenged them as to whether 79 homes was the most efficient use of 78 acres of land. You know, now, once you factor out wetlands and some of the community infrastructure requirements, the streets and so forth, this represents lots that range from a little north of half an acre to a little bit north of an acre in size. As we challenged them, we were reminded that all of these homes will be built on septic, so the lot size is a requirement. Now, for a comparison, a 14-acre in-town development in a nearby community will yield 37 similarly sized and similarly priced homes. And in that case, those homes actually blend in with the neighboring community, although they're on smaller lots, because all of the neighboring community in that city was built on septic. By connecting this development to sewer and to water infrastructure, you can build more efficiently. In this case, not this case, but the one next door, on quarter-acre lots. And if you need to build more housing and you also want to preserve land, you've got to invest in infrastructure and be thoughtful about the efficient use of land. And that's perhaps a good segue to my friend and colleague Hunter Hill, but I will stop here and say thank you again, and I'm happy to entertain any questions. I don't know how much time I've still got, but thank you for listening to me today.
Chairman Green.
Thank you. Commissioner, in rural Georgia, we are facing a major crisis. After we built these homes, we built 30 some odd homes over a couple of years ago, and they, in the agreement, they said you will rent these for 15 years and then you can purchase these homes. Well, in the meantime, the project was sold 3 times, and now the rent has moved from $300 to $900, and most of them are being evicted. And I don't know how we work to make this particular part something that we need to review and try to help these individuals. Others are faced with, they start out with the dream home and then events change. One of the partners dies, and now they are faced with mortgage increase and at the same time being evicted. South Georgia has more evictions than any other region because of the inability to meet these financial needs. What do we do in something like this?
Right. There's a lot to the question, Chairman Green. I'll start with the fact that housing is a predominantly private sector activity, and so it's difficult in the case that you described where rents have increased from $300 to $900. It's difficult to think about where to interject there. In programs that are administered that involve federal or state funds.
And these were?
Well, I'd like to talk offline to make sure that we fully understand the details, but in cases where there are federal or state funds, there are some limitations about the rental increases. We certainly, and those are all pegged to market conditions, and over the last couple of, I heard somebody talking about increases in property tax assessment. Same can be said on the rent side. The rents have continued to increase, and that creates a problem, particularly for those on fixed incomes. On the Georgia Dream, and I don't know if you were talking specifically about Georgia Dream, but the Georgia Dream program has a very low foreclosure rate, and that in large part has to do with the homebuyer education that goes with that and all of the financing tools that are wrapped around that. But you're right, over the last handful of years, we've seen homes where it was purchased with two income family, and one of the family members passed away, and all of a sudden that becomes unsustainable. There is a program, and it was stimulus funded. It's called the Homeowner Assistance Fund, and we still have a little bit of money and a little bit of runway left in that program, which is actively marketed around the state to help those homeowners get current on their mortgage and get back into a sustainable payment stream. So happy to talk to you about that. The example you offered, which is really almost a rent-to-own model, is a really challenging model that we don't see. I don't see a lot of success with that around the state, and we don't use that a lot. And part of that has to do, as you said, with changes in ownership structure and agreements and things like that. But if we can talk offline, that would be great.
Great.
Chairman Hatchett.
You had a slide that had a facility on the left and on the right. The rent was about half on the right than it was on the left, 280, yeah, that one. Are the tax credits for the facility on the right, are those state or federal?
Both.
Okay, so part of the state money.
Part state, part federal.
So then a couple more later, you're talking about the 34 million that we put in for the workforce housing. Go back. How much of that have we used?
Yeah, so I talked about the $35 million pilot. So these numbers are reflective through June of this year. So this is the majority of the funds that were included in the amended FY23 budget. I'm not reporting because it hadn't come to the authority until our next meeting on our next round of grant recommendations. But we have a pipeline of grants that are ready to go, and then we've got a pipeline of activity behind that. We make these awards on a quarterly basis, and there is significant demand all across the state. I'll share a quick story because we did a site visit yesterday in North Georgia. It's a community that ironically is experiencing growth, right? They're growing, they've got a lot going on. But if you look at the demographics in the community, the majority of their growth and the majority of their population is 55 and older. Okay? Now, what they want in that community is they want the next generation. I think David talked a little bit about our grandchildren. Like they want to see there's no housing for those folks to move back into the community. We met with a developer, and one of his employees actually is from this town, is currently living in Atlanta, wants to move home, and he works there, but he can't afford to live there. So the demand for this program is significant, and this is a great way to address the single-family need, the need for us to build more affordable for-sale properties in the state. Did I answer your question?
I'm sure you will offline. So you haven't really touched on this, but I'm gonna say it. There's not anybody, I think, sitting around these tables that are not experiencing homeless issues in their communities. And I even, on the way up here yesterday, was called by a constituent that I've never met. He was calling me about working homeless, which I think is something that this or even others. So I hope that we continue to put a light on that situation and do what we can there too. I don't have the answer, and I hope y'all will help. Let's work toward that to help that issue also.
If I could just speak to that really quickly, and first of all, I want to thank Katie for her attention to this matter. And somebody spoke earlier, I think it was your mayor, spoke about the fact that when we closed state hospitals and lost facilities to address people who have real significant needs, that really did create some challenges in our state around homelessness. There's also a pressure when there's not enough housing that addresses some of those people. When you talk about working homeless, my leadership team spent the last 2 days at Unicoi in Helen at a leadership retreat. Right outside our conference room, one day was this really nice family, 4 kids, all kind of elementary, middle school age. They were working on their iPads, whatever. The mom was kind of lounging, but very astutely supervising the kids. They weren't disheveled. They weren't. They seemed to be fairly enterprising. At a break, one of my directors was over talking to them, and when he came back, he said, "I actually met them 3 weeks ago when we were camping here. They don't have a home. The kids are in school online. The parents are clearly, they've got their car. They're paying for their campsite. They don't have access to a home, whether it be for rent or for sale, that they can afford." So part of the solution is everything that you are doing that we have talked about. And then I think that there's also work that we can do on some interim solutions that are a little bit complicated by the DOJ. So thanks for bringing that up. And I'm sorry I didn't talk about it.
Chair Lisa Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know that home ownership, and I think David mentioned this earlier, is a key to prosperity for individuals and families alike. And a concern that I have is large investment groups that are purchasing single-family homes and are then renting them. So essentially taking that home off the market for someone who could own it one day and that be part of their pathway to success. So I'm wondering, does any of this grant money that we're talking about, or tax incentives, do they go strictly to the individuals who are buying these homes, or are these large investment groups also eligible to receive this money?
No, and I appreciate your narrowing that down, because I thought you were going to ask me to talk about rent-to-own homes. You're just asking specific, but thank you very much. I was trying to figure out how to dodge that. Well,
maybe I should ask you about that.
So I think we're out of time. But so first of all, no, we protect against that. I will tell you that the whole notion of rent to own is an interesting conundrum, because if you're just buying up existing housing stock to prevent first-time home buyers from getting in, it's a problem. If you're helping to build more housing stock, perhaps it's part of a solution, because we need more homes. With this program, with any state funds that go into housing, the production of housing, we have protected against investor ownership by requiring that the properties be homeowner occupied, so the person who purchases it has to live in it. So I appreciate that, and it's something that's very much on our
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear. Thank you.
Chairman Bill Yordan.
Commissioner, thank you for being with us. Great program. I appreciate your hard work toward housing in the state of Georgia. Matter of fact, I think I was a recipient of one of those original Georgia Dream grants. I don't think it was called that in the day, but I think interest rates at that time, and I think it was 83, were 18% mortgage rates, and I think I got it for 14, and I thought I did good. And folks today say 7's high, so they don't know. But in our community, we've had a number of loft apartments over downtown businesses and over retail spaces, and that's been pretty successful in our community. It really does several things. It brings people downtown. It encourages more retail. It also, in our communities, encouraged more restaurants downtown, which has been a real win and something we really needed. Also provides people being there, and I think security for the businesses with people around. So that's been a real win. I know there are historic tax credits for doing these type things. Are there other things that communities can do, or you could suggest that they could do to encourage this? Because I think if that's a really good thing, because downtowns are so important, central business districts are so important to our communities, but to have people living downtown is a big plus. A gentleman that you probably know actually did the Bainbridge building, has done some in our community, done about 20 and working on about 18 more. But, you know, how can we encourage more of that in our communities? Because that's a win-win, I think, for, you know, it's already there. It makes perfect sense to have that retail or office space down below and housing above.
Right. Well, and I appreciate your highlighting the point, and you're right. Like, taking advantage of what we've got matters. Our downtown development team, many of your Main Street communities are very attuned to the benefits of housing downtown. You know, preserving the historic credits are a big part of that, because it is not cheap to build housing, and it is certainly, you know, more expensive when you're trying to preserve historic assets in your downtowns. I don't want to steal his thunder, but I think that Larry Hansen may touch a little bit on this later this afternoon. You know, using some of the tools that are in place, the Downtown Development Revolving Loan Fund programs and the Georgia Cities program and the like, there are ways that you can invest not only in revitalizing your commercial downtown, but also the second floor housing. So. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for reiterating the issue. Thank you.
Commissioner, we certainly thank you for the presentation. You see what the questions that we have and the concern that we have, and your work and your staff's work is much appreciated. Thank you for all that you're doing for the state of Georgia.
On behalf of our team, thank you for your continued support and for your time today.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from an individual that has certainly made an imprint upon the state of Georgia, that has worked so hard for our cities and counties. This is our Georgia Environmental Finance Authority Executive Director, Hunter Hill. And Hunter, we're just delighted to have you here today. Well, if anyone understands government, you should.
Yeah. I should, yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Green, and thank all of you, and Chairman Dempsey. Thank you for being our wonderful hostess. It's always beautiful to be back in Rome, but it's great to see some friends, and I look forward to this conversation. And I'll jump right in because I know I'm right before lunch. This does remind me, however, that most of the real work in the General Assembly is in the House.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. As many of you know, GFA oversees two main functions, energy and the state's energy office, and the state revolving fund and water. And our mission is to conserve and improve Georgia's energy, land, and water resources. I know that the main concept on people's minds is water infrastructure, and Dr. Gaddy did such an awesome job explaining the energy challenges. And since the recent passing of the Inflation Acceleration Act, I did want to touch on some, touch on some of the things that Georgia has to administer. I mean, so I made a joke about the act, but the fact is that Georgia has been the recipient of billions of dollars of federal funds. And while we may not have all voted for it if we were in Washington, it's our job to administer it as best we can to help Georgians. And I want to talk about some of the programs that we're managing there. So this is what our Energy Resource Division does, State Energy Program, the Weatherization Assistance Program for low-income homeowners, the Fuel Storage Tank Division, and then all of these below are new programs as a result of federal legislation and resources. Home energy rebates, EECBG, which is the Energy Efficiency Community Block Grant, and then EERLF Capitalization Grant, and then grid resiliency programs where we are working with the EMCs and Georgia Power to make the grid more resilient. These are the specific amounts of dollars that we have, and one of the things, just so you should know as legislators, your state's energy office is a pretty high return investment on dollars because there's no state funding. Everything that we administer in the state as it relates to energy is federally funded 100%. But you can see all the different money. The biggest one is the home energy rebates, $220 million, and I'll talk about that a little bit. Main reason I want to tell you all about it is because some of these programs truly can benefit some of your constituents if they want to participate in these programs. So the EECBG is money that was allocated, is about $2.9 million for local communities to administer these funds in a way to focus on energy efficiency within their government. If they wanted to do construction upgrades or put solar on their roof or whatever they wanted to do to lower their energy costs, these are grants for them to be able to do so. We didn't get a ton of money on there, so we had to restrict the amount to, I loved what Dr. Bridges said about spreading the jelly so thin no one even can taste it. We highlighted the groups that could get this money so that if they got it, that it would be something. And so it was $150,000 for each of the recipients, and we were oversubscribed. So your community, your local communities applied to us for these resources and put in a presentation to explain how they would use it, and we've already awarded it. These are the communities that have won, and you can see, so for example, Taylor County wanted to do energy efficiency audits and upgrades. Chatham County, not including Savannah, but they wanted to do energy planning. City of Buena Vista, for example, wanted to do the EE audits and upgrades, and so you can see how people are using it differently. But they each got $150,000 administered for the work associated with those concepts. The Grid Resilience Grant Program is from that IRA, and it basically is $8.6 million annually for the next 5 years, where we can partner with Georgia Power and EMCs to give them grants. We're administering it from the federal government to upgrade the grid, so they can spend it on extra lines, or they can spend it on putting a line under the ground so that weather won't take it out. Those are different areas that they can spend it on, but they have to submit those to us, and we improve it, and we don't put any state money in it, as you can see. If they're not small utilities, then they have to put in the match, which is 15% to get that money, and then the other match is, there is no match for those, for the smaller entities. So Georgia Power would essentially have to pay for their own match. In the grid resilience, well, this is more on that one. It's more for your EMCs, so if your EMCs want to reach out to you about that. This is something we partnered with Oglethorpe Power and Georgia Transmission on. It was a 50-50 match. Same concepts for grid resilience. And they're putting in $250 million into upgrading the grid and making it more resilient. And they're getting a $258 million, a $249 million DOE grant. So it's a total of $500 million being invested by the EMCs and Georgia, Oglethorpe Power and Georgia Transmission to upgrade the grid. And more on that here. You can see, it's kind of a small slide, but these are Georgia's disadvantaged census tracts and EMC boundaries. So the EMCs are in the orange, and you can see where this project is focusing in southwest Georgia here with new transmission lines and advanced grid control systems for resiliency and reliability and battery storage as well. So it backs up the grid in the case of outages, and outages do affect disadvantaged communities more than non-disadvantaged communities. Home energy rebate program, there's $212 million that we're administering, all federal dollars, in 2 different programs for your constituents if they wish to apply. We're in the process of putting together, this is a very robust program, and we've got a great partner that's helping us, but it's a big undertaking to make this happen. And think of the weatherization assistance program essentially for everybody. The weatherization assistance program is mostly for low-income folks. This is for everybody in Georgia until the money runs out, but we are prioritizing 40.5% of the money will go to disadvantaged homes, and that's part of the law. So the home efficiency energy rebates is whole home retrofits and performance-based rebates. You have to get an energy efficiency audit to see how your home is performing on energy, and if you can get a 20% increase in your efficiency, then it will qualify. And so that all has to be proven to get the rebate, and I'll talk more about it. But then the here is more around electrification, and it is fuel-based is the goal of it. If you're on gas and you know, gas stove or something, and you want to go to a cooktop, that's what this is trying to target. And it's only for low and moderate income families. But the concept is, the whole concept that we're focusing on is reducing energy costs for Georgians. I will try to go fast here. We're here, and by late fall, we're going to launch our pilot plan. And the fact is we're one of the first in the country to do this, meaning we're not behind, we're ahead of target to present this to Georgians to see if they wish to do it. It is a rebate program, so you have to make that initial decision and investment. So it's not like we're, just granting money out there. They have to perform this process, and we're working through contractors to get it done. So there will be a benefit not only to the homeowner, but to the HVAC and electrical contracting community. This is about on the left side is what home energy efficiency rebates, and it's contractor guided program, and these are some of the eligible upgrades which can be included. And again, y'all have access to these slides if you want to learn about it more and reach out to us. This is the home electrification and appliance rebates. You can see that they're focused on cooktops, ranges, heat pumps, and essentially moving people, as I said, off of gas if they are interested in that. A lot of specifics here, but it's a complex program, and so you can start to see here household AMI, that's the area median income. And the area median income in our state is different by where you live, of course. And so if you're below 80% AMI in your community, then you're considered a disadvantaged home, and you get the full maximum rebate. But those numbers are over here. So I just wanted to include this to let y'all know, because there's going to be a lot more coming, and this is y'all are the tip of the spear for your community members, and just want you to be aware of these programs. And we could talk about this all day, so that's why I'm trying to move through it. There's different kinds of rebates per item that you choose to upgrade your home with. So each one of these is going to be somewhat customized, and if you're below 80% AMI, there could be a scenario by which you can't afford, or you'd have to be out of pocket for some. And we are working with, obviously Home Depot, Lowe's, all the major retailers, plus the contracting community, plus nonprofits that wish to bridge the gap. If a community member needs $15,000 worth of home upgrades to accomplish some of these things, if they're poor, that they're not going to be willing to spend even $5,000, even if they got a $10,000 rebate on the $15,000. So we're letting people know to help bridge that gap because there's not enough money in the program to give them 100% rebate all the time. So that's the end of the energy. Again, that was more informational. I want you all to know about this program because it will be rolled out very soon. On the water side, we manage the Clean Water SRF and the Drinking Water SRF, which are two federal programs where we loan money to cities and counties to upgrade their water and sewer infrastructure. There's two new programs that came through the infrastructure law, which is lead service line replacement and emerging contaminants, which you've heard a lot about in this community in particular. And then we manage the Georgia Fund, which was created for economic development purposes, mostly because the Drinking Water SRF does not allow you to make investments in infrastructure if there's not already users. So the Georgia Fund's created to create drinking water infrastructure before there's enough homes and drinkers of the water available. And then we manage the Governor's Water Supply Fund, which is depleted of money at this point. That was Governor Deal's initiative, and we've made loans out of it, and if there's any future obligations against that, we backfill it from the Georgia Fund. This is an example of our appropriations. We don't come to the legislature generally and ask for resources, although y'all did give us $250 million last year because the Georgia Fund had not been invested in, and we'll talk more about that because the demand has gone through the roof in our state on infrastructure. Dr. Bridges talked about it. The inflation has been crazy in water infrastructure. I mean, we've seen, I showed up at GFA in March of 22, and since that time we've seen, in some cases, tripling of costs, tripling for water and sewer infrastructure. But so we are a pass-through entity. So the Georgia Rural Water Association, we get money and contract with them. And then these grants to the Resource Conservation and Development Districts, and then the North Georgia Water and Planning District. Those are just monies that we, that y'all allocate to them through us. And you can see the bond funds are usually for the SRF match. So we've had to make some changes since I've become the executive director, and my goal is to preserve GFA for future generations. The demand has become so high on the Georgia Fund that we were saying yes to so many projects, and the costs were increasing, and I started to begin to worry about the future of the fund. As you know, we lend money out. It might take 3 or 4 years for a project to be invested in, but we don't see that money coming back over a 20-year period. It's what any banker would experience. We're an infrastructure bank, and we need to protect the long-term integrity of GFA. So we made some changes because of the unprecedented demand, inflationary pressures, historically low interest rates. For example, we were giving $50 million. We have a loan for $50 million to like Gwinnett at 0.13%. And we can't do that anymore. GFA was created for small disadvantaged communities like the ones that you represent. Not all of you have disadvantaged communities, but you have pockets of disadvantaged communities within your community, within your districts. That's who GFA was built to serve. And so we have to start saying no to the large urban areas more so that we can say yes long-term to more rural communities. And so we had to have that hard conversation with many of our customers and clients around the state, and we have begun to implement those changes in the last year. The other thing the federal government did is, yes, they gave us a lot of money, but they increased the amount by which we have to give that money away in terms of principal forgiveness. It went from around 20, we had a range. It used to be 25 to 45%. Now they've mandated that we have to give away 49% of the CAP grant, the capitalization grant. And so that's money that GFA will not see back into our cash flows in the future. And we were very lenient with our customers. If they said, oh, we've got to extend our project by 2 years or whatever. We said yes with no problem. Well, now we have to get these projects completed, and so we will be charging communities. We're giving them one free modification, but in future modifications to the loan, they will be charged fees to extend those loans. We have to move the projects as we manage our cash flow. They have to move them to completion and into repayment. So those are sort of the hard things that we had to do for the preservation of GFA and our funds long term. Because of y'all's investment in GFA, we were able to raise the funds that we were able to give annually to communities out of the Georgia Fund. We used to have a $3 million per project limit on the Georgia Fund unless it was economically development related, and we've been able to raise that to $8 million. The good news for that, for your communities, is we're going to be able to say yes to a lot more loans in the Georgia Fund, which has less regulation and there's less federal requirements in the Georgia Fund than there is in the SRFs. That's some other changes that we made. But this is the way by which we prioritize disadvantaged communities. We have a very robust tool to determine and the benefit you get for being disadvantaged is potentially principal forgiveness or lower interest rates in better terms. So we look at these 10 factors to determine whether your area is disadvantaged, and then we provide additional benefits to the community. GFA is already a low interest rate loan with good terms, but these are ways that you can even get better terms. One of the things that we did as we were presenting to the larger communities within Atlanta why we can't continue to lend to you at these high rates is we looked at the size of the utility. And so if you're 500 and under in terms of your connections, we're basically adding 15 points. These are some details that are a little bit too much, but we're basically giving you a higher affordability score, which means you're going to get a larger benefit with our lending program. And we've increased the local share. So for example, in the past, if, say, City of Atlanta had a $100 million project, or let's call it a $30 million project, we might give them $30 million. We're not doing that anymore. They're too big. Anybody that has the ability to access private capital markets, bond issuances, things of that sort, they need to go and do it that way. If you're disadvantaged and GFA is your last resort to get lending, that's who we want to prioritize and focus on. So if you have a $30 million project in Atlanta, the max you would get is $15 million, and because it's 50% local share, but that's subject to our limits, and we've lowered our limits. So they would only get $10 million on a drinking water project. Bottom line is we're lending less money to the larger communities in Georgia to prioritize them for rural communities. Just a slide on order of magnitude of demand around the state. Clean Water State Revolving Fund. These are the pre-applications for our IUP, which is a federally mandated intended use program or intended use of the funds. So we have to do that every year, and it's good. It gives us the ability to plan. $700 million there. $1.7 billion in drinking water demand. And these annual fund limits are what we've put on. Now, granted, I will say 1.2 billion of this is all Savannah. And so that reduces it a lot, but that's still 2.7 billion statewide for water infrastructure demand around the state. So because of this, we have to prioritize loans, and this is how we're doing it. Loans in process for previous board meetings but not yet approved. Loans that qualified for principal forgiveness in a previous intended use plan. And principal forgiveness. So a lot of your communities may have principal forgiveness. We've upgraded our process to award principal forgiveness so that projects can get to yes. For example, in the past, a project may have cost $5 million, and we said through some scoring that we were going to give you $1.5 million in principal forgiveness, but then found that that wasn't enough for the community to actually move forward. So now we're underwriting them earlier in the process and getting them to yes, essentially. We're going to give them a customized amount of principal forgiveness so that they can move forward based on their financial condition. And that's helped us move more projects off the word go, in addition to ARPA money as well. And then in terms of the focus, it is based on public health and environmental compliance and loans for projects for economic development and or regional significance. We talked about needing for communities to work together for the delivery of water and utilities for sure, among other things. So that's the end of my presentation, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. Your agency is so important to rural Georgia because of our small cities, small counties. What do you see that we need to do to help you in this particular or these particular areas?
Yeah, I don't know that I would couch it as that y'all need to help us. I mean, we're thinking about things we can do to help y'all. I think a lot of cities and counties, especially in disadvantaged areas, don't have the personnel resources to proactively lean forward to get our money.
Yep.
Right. So, you know, we're here to help, but we're not huge. We're pretty small and lean. In fact, we're only 40 people, and that's in everybody. So in the water side, we're only 14 people. I mean, I guess getting the word out, we're constantly trying to be as smooth as we can in the application and the pre-application process to get information from communities. But one of the big challenges is audits, and Greg Griffin does a great job. He is on our board. But the challenge with communities getting an audit, because we can't lend to them unless they have 2 years of audited financials, and many communities struggle to put that together. And I know, like I said, Greg, I know is working on this to potentially make that easier, and I think that in partnership with GFA, right now it's a system where they're either red or green, and I want to know if a community's, let's just say, yellow. Like, I need to know, what do I need to do to get you from red to green? And, you know, we just want to be helpful because we're happy to lend, but I worry about what Dr. Bridges was talking about. I mean, we're a lender. And so we have to make sure the community can pay us back. So from an underwriting standpoint, they have to pass our underwriting, which we have very favorable, much more favorable terms than the private capital markets. But these communities need auditors to be able to help them get through that process.
And our state auditor is working with this committee, and we will make our presentation for legislation this coming year.
Oh, great.
And so hopefully we're going to be able to assist the cities and counties with a better way in which we do our audits that would help us in the long run with our loans on this particular, and certainly help your thing there.
I got a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How can we schedule a session for you all to come into our districts to meet our officials, our city council people, our mayors, so that they can get a better understanding of the process of applying?
It's a great question. The answer is you could reach out to me, and I get our water division director, Judy Adler, to come out there because she's the expert on that process. What I would tell you too is all these communities lean heavily on their engineer that they've hired to design these projects, and they usually know what our process is, and part of their value add is helping those communities, get financing from us. But we're happy to host as much in community or on a big Zoom call or whatever you think's best to get information out. But it does require the financial acumen of the community to understand about debt. And so we work with them too, for example, on rate studies. How is your community charging for water? Is it appropriate for what your next door neighbors charging their customers and clients for water? So helping them with all those things is important. And we're happy to do that. We're available to do that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Well, Hunter, thank you for coming. Thank you for what you do for our areas, and certainly we look forward to working with you in the coming months.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate
you.
Thank you, Hunter. Let me stop in.
Okay. Very quickly now, lunch is going to be provided for the legislators and staff here at the pavilion. We're not going out to try to keep y'all on task there. So audience members can find lunch options on Berry College main campus at the Cranert Center. And if Katie has other suggestions, certainly see her. Audience members will need to exit and circle back to Berry College main campus entrance, and then we're going to have lunch and talk a little bit, and then we're going to start promptly back at 1 o'clock on that. And this morning I forgot to introduce an individual that has been with us all day from Legislative Council, Stuart Morelli. Stuart is here to help us, guide us through this process and listen to us. And Stuart, we appreciate you coming. Make sure you see Stacy to give her your mileage, and before some of you leave for the funeral. Okay? All right. Restrooms are back there, and we'll see y'all at 1.
We're seeing from a transportation perspective as it relates to increased costs for the projects that we are trying to do. And I've got some stats to show you just the reality of what it takes to deliver and construct an infrastructure project here in the state of Georgia. So just very quickly, you all know this, but the amended FY 2024 budget, that was an incredible news for the Georgia Department of Transportation. With the signing of HB 915, that budget, that infused $1.5 billion of state general funds into the GDOT budget. And when you peel back that $1.5 billion, peel the onion back a little bit, you can see it was broken out into 5 sort of key categories. The first one, $98 million into the aviation or airport aid program. That is allowing us to advance 38 additional aviation projects across the state for our general aviation and regional airports here in Georgia. I'll get into this a little bit more, but $250 million into local roads funding. That's over 100% increase of our typical budget through the LMIG program. So obviously a very big deal. A brand new program called the Freight Program, $500 million to advance critical freight projects across the state. You all know the story, the amazing economic development growth we've had here in the state of Georgia, what that means from a freight perspective, keeping goods moving across the state, being able to advance some critical infrastructure in that regard. Almost $600 million supplemented into our capital construction budget. That's a 58% increase in that budget. That's going to allow us to expedite capital construction projects that we already had in our pipeline that were either being delayed for cost increases or things of that nature. We're able to bring those back in and accelerate the delivery of those projects. And then an additional $50 million into capital maintenance, which is our resurfacing program, taking care of the assets we have, leveraging additional federal aid investment in that to stretch those dollars even further, to award 12 resurfacing contracts that we did earlier this summer. That was a 32% increase in budget. So overall, incredible news, incredible story, and we're excited about the opportunity that the legislature and the governor has afforded to us to deliver this critical infrastructure for the state of Georgia. When you look at some of the key statistics behind what this funding has done, it is allowing us to expedite 42 projects across the state for advancing them by over 40 project years, right? So some may be advancing a year, some 2 years, but when you sum that all up, we are advancing over 40 project years, getting these projects on the ground for the citizens of Georgia more quickly, and starting 19 new projects. I talked about that freight program. That's allowing us to start 19 new projects here in the state of Georgia. The $250 million in local roads, we were able to move very quickly on getting those dollars out from the department and into the hands of cities and counties. Over 90% of that funding has already been distributed to the local governments. So that's about $223 million of that $250 million has already made its way to local governments. I mentioned the 12 resurfacing projects that leveraged additional federal aid, and then again, the aviation, 38 additional airport projects. Here are some highlighted projects. This is by no means an all-inclusive list, and we rolled this information out about a month ago. You can see projects like the widening of I-16 as you're heading north from I-95 up into the rapidly growing Effingham, Bryan County areas, ultimately trying to work that widening all the way up towards the Statesboro area, but this funding is allowing us to get started moving up that corridor towards the Hyundai Meta plant and all the incredible growth that's happening there. I-20 at 138 in Rockdale County, finishing the build out of the I-16, I-75 interchange in Bibb County, and I could go through all these. Again, this is by no means all inclusive, but if you want more information about what we are doing, you can scan that QR code you see on the screen right there. It'll take you to a great website showing the full listing of all those projects, the investment amounts of all those projects, and when we intend to deliver it as a Department of Transportation. Switching gears now a little bit into that add of the $250 million in the local roads administration category out of this $1.5 billion. Absolutely incredible story, I think, for cities and counties, and this action is really going to help cities and counties take care of their assets. This chart just shows how the budget was amended. So LMIG, you had a slight true up through the amended process, but that was the FY24 LMIG amount, the $218 million. That was in the base, or $212 million in the base, and then amended to $218. But then the add of $250 million into local roads administration. So when you look at the overall FY24 story in terms of dollars to cities and counties from the department, you're approaching $500 million. that was distributed to cities and counties in FY24. Most critically, you see these are in different budget categories. What adding the $250 million into local roads allowed us to do was distribute that with no match requirement. As you all probably know, the LMIG program requires either a 10% match or a 30% match from the city and county, depending on if you're a part of a regional T-SPLOST area through the TIA program. But this $250 million was directly distributed with no match required. So that's a really big deal for cities and counties, essentially GDOT just getting that money out for their uses to take care of their own roadway assets. So here's sort of the timeline as these rolled out. The FY24 LMIG back at the beginning, or the summer of 2023 through the winter and into February 2024. This additional $250 million that we were able to get distributed and are distributing as we speak in the spring timeframe of this year. And now we're coming back once more with an additional $220 million in the FY25 budget. The LMIG portal is open right now for FY25, so if you're unsure if your cities and counties are putting in their applications for their projects, make sure you remind them that the portal is open right now, and we are taking that information so we can get that funding distributed. Adding up all three of those opportunities, you're almost $700 million flowing to cities and counties for local infrastructure needs through LMIG and this infusion into the Local Roads Administration program. So really good news, really great story. And your all action through the FY24 amended budget has made this possible. So great there. But unfortunately, it's not all good news. And I think you've heard a little bit about this today, but we in the transportation business, we at GDOT are not immune to what we've been seeing as it relates to cost increases. What you are seeing here, and I apologize, you likely cannot see what's on the axis of this graph, but this is the National Highway Construction Cost Index as published by the Federal Highway Administration. Essentially what it does, it looks at realized cost for commodities that go into the highway construction business. So think about asphalt, concrete, steel, aggregate base, things of that nature. And it looks at actual bids received by DOTs across the country to understand what's happening from a price perspective. This index is normalized to the year 2003 at a value of 1, but essentially think of it this way. In 2003, you could buy something for $100, right? If you follow that line, when you get to 2020, so 4 years ago, what cost you $100 in 2003 now costs you $180. If you go from 2020 to 2024 to today, what cost you $180 4 years ago now costs you $310. And that's that extremely sharp increase that you see in the last 4 years of that chart. And we are seeing this. This is national data. But we are seeing this in the state of Georgia as well. So here's another way of looking at it. It's a busy chart, but that same index, the National Highway Construction Cost Index, is that red line. And you can see how it's outpacing all of those other indices. So I do want to draw your attention to the blue index. That's Consumer Price Index. Everybody's generally familiar with that. That's what consumers realize in terms of price increases. You can see the delta between the Highway Construction Cost Index and CPI, how that has accelerated far beyond what we're seeing with other indices. The other two are Producer Price Index, and the third and the last one there is, if you give me a second, I could tell you the exact, the Employment Cost Index. So that's a sort of a labor cost indices. But the message I want to leave with you here is when you look at the cost of highway construction, you see that red line really accelerating above some of the other indices. So just a few specifics as it relates to cost increases. You think about sort of the traditional projects that we do as a Department of Transportation. We could start with asphalt resurfacing. So on the left, these are realized bids that we've received for resurfacing one 12-foot lane mile between December 2020 and June 2024. This does not include interstate. So think of your typical state route when we receive bids to do our standard resurfacing project. You see two numbers there. One is our low bid, our realized low bid between end of 2020 and June of 2024. That's gone up about 67%. The engineer's estimate, that's our internal estimate that we use to evaluate the bids we receive. That's up 69%. You can see how it has dramatically climbed. Now we have started to see in the last few months a leveling off of prices. I'm not an economist, but I don't expect it to dip back down, really, but maybe we are starting to see a leveling of prices at this elevated level. And more importantly, our engineer's estimate is now actually fairly in line with what we're seeing from a low bid. So we're no longer chasing the market in terms of budgeting for our projects. We feel like we kind of believe we know where things stand. If you look at an urban widening, even more dramatic. So this is a typical 2 to 4 lane widening in an urban setting. You can see between December 2020 and June of 2024, 120% increase. So that's more than a doubling of the cost to do that type of project. Probably very important to this group, rural widening and new location projects, 160% increase in low bids. So, think about that. That's getting close to tripling of those prices. There's not a lot of projects included in this. That's why you kind of see it going up and down. But that trend line is pretty apparent. And as I talked about for resurfacing, how those numbers were starting to converge between the engineer's estimate and the low bid, you still see that gap for this type of project, meaning that as we are trying to understand where the market is, it's continuing to outpace us in terms of where we think prices are headed. So generally what this means is our buying power as a DOT is reduced, right? So last fiscal year, we were able to let a record amount of projects in terms of dollars. We put out more money in terms for roadway projects than we ever have as a DOT, but the number of projects that we bid was not a record, right? And that makes just a function of the dollars we have aren't going as far in terms of what they used to just 3 or 4 years ago. And then one last slide for you. If we look at asphalt, pavement, and graded aggregate base, this is essentially how you build a typical asphalt roadway, the commodities that are included in this. Same thing, these are low bid increases for the various types of aggregate we put down in the asphalt. 60 to 70% increase. On the graded aggregate base, that's underneath the asphalt, that's the rock material you put there. If you look at it per ton, it's about a 36% increase. If you look at it per square yard, it's almost doubling. And I wanted to call that out because as we bid projects, the square yard line item is what we typically do for South Georgia. And that's where we've seen a lot of pressure on the availability and pricing of granular aggregate base. And you can see that disparity there. So long story short, what we've seen as a department from a budget perspective and the support we've received from the legislature has been absolutely incredible, and we are so thankful for that. And we look forward to delivering on the opportunities you have afforded us, but we have challenges. And as we look forward in terms of delivering our program and understanding and evaluating what these cost increases mean, we need to continue to look at this to make sure we're providing the infrastructure necessary to keep the state of Georgia growing the way we want it to. So that concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Chair recognizes.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, and good presentation. Appreciate what y'all do. So that red line of increase, this inflation cost, what components of the construction project are driving that the most? Is it aggregate? Is it labor, equipment, regulations? What?
Yeah, so the red line is the commodity, right? So what you're seeing there is commodities. So that's the cost of concrete, the cost of steel. I don't have the data with me to say, okay, which one of those commodities is really driving it more than the other, but you can think of that as the materials to do the job. If you look at labor, so like the employment consumer index, That's that lower line, the ECI line. So that's when they're looking at labor, not just for highway, but labor in general, right? So what this is really showing is just how the components to build highways is what you're seeing there.
Thank you, Robert, for that question, because in South Georgia, what does it normally take per mile to pave a road?
To resurface a road or to build a new?
Resurface and to build, well, mainly to resurface.
Yeah, I don't have that amount with me. I can tell you that I heard some numbers for a widening about 15 million. That's probably about what we're seeing in today's market. Oh yeah, it's right here. I'm sorry, it's on the left. Well, there you go. So about 100 per one 12-foot center line, 130,000, 140,000.
Wow. That's an amazing, and we are allocated only so much in those, but we're thankful for that, and we appreciate what y'all do. And please let the new chair lady of the DOT, Ann Purcell, know that she's an old rural girl, and that we're expecting her to sort of help us out in the rural what? No, don't say that, Ann. It's gone out all over the state, hasn't it? Ann, that was just, yeah. Well, I'll do a little correcting on that.
I will pass it on appropriately.
Appropriately. You are very good. Do we have any other questions? You do.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Thank you for being
Transportation.
here. Hey, the question I get, and I think that needs to be addressed here, because this is the rural parts and all over Georgia, is paving of these roads. Just this thing right here. And so, what is the turnaround on us, or how often do we pave roads? I think that's something that needs to be brought out in this committee, and how you go about determining.
So when we manage our assets, we routinely survey pavement condition, right? And that's how we build out our resurfacing program. So we will go out and look at the condition of our roads. Do we have cracking happening, things of that nature, to understand where these roads are so that we can get them resurfaced on a routine cycle. Ideally, we're trying to touch a road about every 15 years, depending on the amount of traffic, the amount of trucks. That could go up or down, depending on the road, but that's where we'd ideally like to be. Some of you may remember the conversation we had back in 2014, before the Transportation Funding Act, where we were looking at timeframes of decades, 50 years before we go from one resurfacing cycle to the next. And that's where you really start to see not just the top layers fall apart, but structural damage to the road, forcing you to go in and rebuild from the ground up. As we look at our resurfacing program, we have been able to invest sort of consistent levels of dollars into our resurfacing program every year. Based on these cost increases that I just shared with you, last year we resurfaced about half of what we did 3 or 4 years ago, just in terms of lane miles, right? So as you can imagine, that then lengthens that cycle away from what you want your ideal to be, and conditions can then degrade. And that applies to local governments all the same as well, that they want to be on that cycle that allows you to essentially take off that top layer, put a brand new layer of asphalt, and more efficiently protect what's underneath. As that cycle gets longer, you get deeper structural damage requiring a much more costly repair to get that road back up and running.
I think it's just to follow through with that. I think it's something this committee needs to look at is that turnaround? Is it 50, as you said, Chairman Corbett, or 55 years? And us looking at some way to increase funding, so some of it may be specifically for resurfacing, because I think the general public, when they're filling up their gas tank, they're translating that into the thing they see, and that's repaving. And it's getting a little bit frustrating throughout the state. And, there might need to be some thought into doing a little bit more there.
And we view that as a core mission for the Department of Transportation, first and foremost, we got to take care of what we got. And so, yeah, ensuring we've got adequate investment into our roadways and into our bridges across the state, we got to make sure it's there so we can take care of the assets that we have.
Do we have other questions? We thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did a great presentation, and you can see there's a great deal of interest in what the DOT does for rural Georgia.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you so much.
We'll walk outside next.
Okay, we have another individual, and she is the assistant. No, she is the deputy superintendent for rural Department of Education. I'll get it right. She's probably going to kill me for not doing this. Believe it or not, I taught this young lady in school, and I talked with her. That's right. In school. She became superintendent of early county schools, and now she has advanced to the State Department in Atlanta, and I hope one day to see her name on a list that says vote for Brahman Reagan Martin, school superintendent.
We'll see about that.
We'll see about that. But thank you for coming today, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Thank you, Chairman Jackson, and Vice Chairman Corbett. Thank you for having me. I would like to say thank you to all the legislators who are here. Thank you for the support that you give public education. Thank you for the raises that you gave teachers over the last few years. I thank Governor Kemp for his leadership in that. Definitely something that is much appreciated. So this is my team. So just like rural educators, we are small but mighty, and I have a small team, and I say that we touch all parts of education other than transportation. And as a former superintendent, I don't mind that. So you know that rural Georgia has its challenges. You've heard a lot about that all day today. Now, how it affects education, of course, is pretty apparent when we're looking at areas of poverty. I'm down in Southwest Georgia along with Representative Green. Like he said, he taught me, and we are still in that area of the state. We love it, but it does have its challenges. We see a lot of generational poverty. And so, of course, that comes into our school buildings, that comes into our classrooms. When there's a lack of exposure to literacy or numeracy for whatever reason, whether there's the fact that education is just not valued in the home, whether the parents are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. We've heard all day about the increase of all of our expenses. I know it affects me, and I know it affects those low-income families as well. So those are definitely challenges that teachers have. If we have students who are coming into our classroom who have had little exposure to numeracy or literacy, there are challenges from day one. And those challenges usually continue. It's very hard to catch those kids up once they're very far behind. Thinking about just the population in rural Georgia, sometimes we have illiteracy in our adults. That's a challenge. We see that 19.4% of rural Georgia lives in poverty versus just a little over 13% in the urban areas. And according to some statistics, and I know you can get wherever you want to look, but 1 in 4 children in rural Georgia live in poverty. So those are definitely some of the challenges that we're called to overcome. The infrastructure, we've heard a lot about infrastructure. Specifically here, we're looking at the connectivity. So broadband, lack of access. We all have our phones, we all have our devices that we're attached to. And if those kids don't have those devices and that access, they're in there behind everybody else who does have it. And of course, we're looking at workforce, we're looking at teacher recruitment, retention. Are we able to bring teachers into the rural areas? It's really hard if a teacher is from Atlanta or a larger system or a larger area to bring them into a rural area that's not going to have, sometimes we don't have a Walmart. So where I am, I don't have a Walmart. I have to travel to Albany or Dothan or Columbus to get to a Walmart. So for those of y'all who are in the metro area, I know that's hard to believe, but it's true that there are lots of areas in Georgia, and those kids and those families, maybe what they do is go shop at the Dollar General. So that's reality for a lot of those families. So if you're thinking about bringing teachers to those areas, if they're young and single, they might not be wanting to come to a rural area. And that's something we have to consider. And we've talked about housing today also. So, we've got South Georgia has different housing challenges than North Georgia. In South Georgia, we don't have the housing. In North Georgia, it's too expensive. So I talked to a lot of the superintendents. They'll offer a young new teacher a job, and they'll call back and say, I can't afford to live there. I'm sorry, I can't come. So definitely a challenge. Well, like Representative Green said, 3 years ago, this office was created. Superintendent Richard Woods was the brainchild behind this. He's from a rural district. He's a rural educator, along with Chief of Staff Matt Jones, and they used ESSER funds to stand up our office, create our team, and we were given 3 priorities. We want all of our students and all of our educators to prosper, connect, and thrive. And so that hits all of those different areas, the academic piece, the non-academic piece. So if you're thinking about kids, if they're hungry, they can't learn. If they have a toothache, they can't learn. If they're not sure where they're going to sleep at night, it's really difficult for them to listen to a teacher when they're worried or don't feel good. So that's also important. The connectivity piece, making sure that those kids have access to technology and devices. And then we want everyone to thrive, and that's our students as well as our teachers. And of course, we want our students to be that pipeline that is ready to go, hit the ground running, whether it's going to college, technical college, military, or into the workforce with some sort of certification in hand. So these are our areas of work. Like I said, it's a lot. It's everything except for transportation. So instruction, technology, teacher recruitment, retention, leadership is so critical, college and career readiness, those non-academic barriers. And then I also have a new specialist on my team that is a support for the completion schools that we'll talk about. So in the area of instruction, I'm not going to read all of this to you. I know it breaks every PowerPoint rule, but just a real focus on literacy. As you're very aware, that is our focus in education, has always been our focus, but with a special focus in the last few years. Dr. Charity Roberts on my team is my specialist. She has helped lead the work along with Dr. April Aldridge, who was originally on my team and who is now the Deputy Superintendent for the Office of Teaching and Learning. She started on my team and then has moved up. I also had Amy Denty on my team, who is now the Director of Literacy. So you can see that my team has been steeped in this work for the last 3 years. And Dr. Roberts helps lead that professional learning that is going on around the state, the letters, the Orton-Gillingham, the Wilson reading, all those trainings that are going on. And now, of course, we've got our virtual academies that are going on for teachers as well. So making sure that we are arming our teachers with the skills they need so they can teach kids how to read. You would think that's innate. It's not. Kids have to be taught how to read, and teachers need the tools so they can be the best teachers possible. Of course, other things that we've put in place is really trying to connect our rural districts. And by the way, so our definition of rural, we have 115 rural districts around the state. I know that definition is a little different from y'all's 120 counties, but ours is any school district that's in a county with a population of 35,000 or less. So that's our definition, and those are the districts that we serve all around the state, from the north down to the south and everywhere in between. But we connect those rural districts to the resources at the Department of Education, and we connect rural districts with each other. I say that we are a connector. When you're in a rural district, and if anybody I know, Representative Green's former educator, if any of you are former educators or have experience, family members who are educators, when you're a rural educator, especially a rural leader, you wear lots of hats. And so you're really busy doing lots of different things. You have the same requirements that a larger district has, but fewer people to do them. So most people have lots of responsibilities. When I was at central office, I was over curriculum, I was over testing, I was over HR, I was over gifted, I was over leadership development, I was over all those things, which is great because you get to learn a lot of things, but it keeps you really busy. And so it's really hard to say, oh, well, let me see what grants are available, or let me see what the new resources are. So we are those boots on the ground that go in and help connect the rural districts to the resources that are available. So again, that focus on literacy, professional learning, making sure that the universal screeners are available, the targeted interventions, the professional learning, and the high quality instructional materials. So our recommendations for instruction provide support both in funding and capacity building for all of those elements that are a part of that legislation that has come in, and to realize there are struggling readers beyond third grade. We're still dealing with that pandemic, the results of people being behind as a result of that. With technology, again, that focus on connectivity, making sure that the families and the students have access to not only broadband, but the devices they need. Cybersecurity is huge. School systems have access, obviously, to very sensitive information that comes from kids that bad actors are happy to see if they can get. So making sure that we're training our teachers and our instructional technology people about how to keep that safe. One of the things that we've been able to do is provide $100,000 technology grants to all 115 of our rural districts. They could use that depending on whatever their technology plan was, whether it was to increase security, whether it's surveillance, whether it was refresh of devices, whether it was infrastructure, whatever they needed, they were welcome to use it as long as it aligned with the ESSER funding. We made sure that we tried to get the word out that families knew about the ACP, that Affordable Connectivity Program that was available, that helped them with funding for access to broadband and even devices. There was money for that. We're doing cybersecurity training all around the state, making sure that the tools are available for districts to help them with that cybersecurity training, the standards going in, connecting, like I said, rural districts to rural districts, providing rural seats for Georgia Virtual School. We also partnered with Forsyth Virtual Academy to provide computer science to some of the rural districts that did not have a computer science teacher available. So really trying to make those connections and provide for more access. Our recommendations are that we continue to seek ways to provide access to the rural areas, including, of course, the expansion of fiber in remote areas. I know Governor Kemp has allotted a great deal of money. I have even seen that down dirt roads. I've seen the red flag, so I know fiber is being run in a lot of the remote areas. But of course, it takes time, and we still definitely need the access. And please consider a line item for technology for rural school districts. It's something, like I said, everybody has to have it now to be able to function, to be ready to go into the workforce. Our kids are going to have that access to technology and devices. Some of us don't get as much SPLOST as others, and we don't have the local tax base that some of the larger districts have to make up the difference. So just throwing that out there as a consideration. In the area of teacher recruitment retention, Heather Finley is my crackerjack in that area. She has really gone after a federal grant for teacher apprenticeships. So I'm really excited about that. It's not official yet, but I can say that we're preparing for that. So that is a $4 million grant that will allow us to provide apprenticeships. This will be new in Georgia for teachers, and that will be working with our paraprofessionals who are already in positions, who know our kids and who are in our communities and will stay in our communities. So part of that Grow Your Own initiative. So as we're looking at those, providing funding and mentoring for those paraprofessionals, and then looking at those high school students. Are there high school students who can be encouraged to become teachers, and helping them with those experiences? Like I said, it's hard to get teachers to those rural areas, and so we're looking at trying to overcome those challenges. If you see the teacher prep programs are not providing enough teachers, Sometimes those programs are not near the rural areas, and not all of the programs have online classes still. Some of those programs are not online accessible yet. They are working on those in Georgia. We have a higher ed advisory team that we meet with on a regular basis. So of course we're moving in that direction, but some of those institutions are not quite ready. And making sure that we're promoting the profession, making sure that the rhetoric we use about teaching is positive, and that includes from our own teachers. Because some of our own teachers will say, oh, you don't want to be a teacher, it's so stressful. So we want to make sure that we're creating a positive environment that our teachers feel valued. Just checking to see if there's anything. I have a lot to say, so I know I can't include all of it, but the apprenticeships is the huge part, and really reaching out to our high school kids. So I've already spoken about the housing, really looking at the housing for teachers in all areas of our state. And consider, again, I do appreciate all the funding, the FTE, QBE being funded, but consider a heavier weight for rural or those small economically disadvantaged districts. In the area of leadership, I just basically touched on leadership, but it is huge. Most people, they don't leave a district because of the working environment. They leave if they are not fully committed to a leader, if they don't have full trust in a leader. So as leaders are making decisions, we have a lot of young leaders who are coming in. We have some who are building level leaders jumping straight into superintendencies. And it's because of the leadership pipeline. It's not as robust as it used to be. If you remember, about 12 years ago, that funding was cut for students who were going back for degrees, so higher level degrees, to get an upgrade. I understand why that happened. We had people with leadership certification. They were not going into those positions. Well, that pipeline dried up because it's an investment for a young teacher who's going back for a master's degree. If they're investing in a degree and they're not going to get an upgrade as a result, then they tend to go into a different area. So something to consider. One of the things with the updates that we're doing, we were able to support GALE, so the Georgia Association of Educational Leaders, in the funding of its development of an executive coaching model for leaders. And that has been developed and is going into place this fall. Corinza Wing and Dr. Ricky Edmonds are leading that work, and so we're really excited about that. So recommendations, consider those funding upgrades for leadership certification, consider funding the professional learning for rural leaders as they figure out how to address the needs that are in the rural districts, support for the local universities to develop the rural leaders, and incentives and an equitable pay to recruit and retain strong leaders in rural districts. So in college and career readiness, Dr. Laura Ergel is my specialist. She's a former CTAE director, former college and career academy director in the Griffin area. She has done a great job of really coming out. I've only had her about a year, but really helping the rural districts make those connections with business and industry. Somebody stated earlier that sometimes it's true that the school district is the largest employer in the county. So if you think about that, the school district's the largest employer, there's probably not a lot of business and industry to connect students to as we're working to prepare them for that next step and get them ready to go into the workforce. So really trying to figure out how can we do that? How can we create those opportunities for those kids to get them ready? And so Laura's done a great job of really trying to work on that, work with partnering districts with each other, or trying to get kids access to a college and career academy or a more robust CTA division that may not be in his or her home district. Really looking at the work-based learning opportunities, could be job shadowing, internships, apprenticeships, all of those things. The accelerated career diploma now, so kids getting content credit for CTAE credits. And we just are finishing up a grant with the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. So partnering with them, they had those business and industry ties, providing money to those districts as they were providing internships, externships, different opportunities, a lot of them over this summer. And so we're finishing up with that. So really looking at what innovative connections can we make with post-secondary business and industry, know of course what the needs are. We've heard a lot of the needs today. How can school districts meet those needs, get those kids ready, provide funding for workforce readiness, like internships. Transportation is a huge barrier for a lot of these kids. And then look at the geographically accessible college and career academies and the courses that are available. With partnerships, now this is the non-academic piece, so really looking at, there are a lot of challenges, of course. We're looking at mental health, we're looking at food insecurity, looking at access to health care. All of those are areas. We've tried to create partnerships, especially in Southwest Georgia. I know in Grady County, so if y'all know Dr. Kermit Gilliard, former superintendent there in Grady County, is on my team. And one of the things that they looked at was how many kids, so about 4,000 kids, right, Darlene? 4,000 kids in that school district. A quarter of them had not seen a doctor in the last 5 years. So that is a challenge. So one of the things that we did, we partnered with Albany Area Primary Health Care. They are sending a mobile unit down regularly to try to see those kids that have not seen a doctor in 5 years. Really working, Dr. Gilliard was great with trying to make sure his kids had access to mental health care. He used a virtual option, like a remote option. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to do in the rural areas, is try to figure out what is an innovative way for us to have access for our kids. It may not be that we have a healthcare provider. There are some of our counties don't even have a physician in the county. So how can we provide access to those kids? Because if they don't have access, they're behind. They're not going to be able to learn. So really trying to look at those partnerships. How can we connect those school districts with partnerships such as Albany Area Primary Health Care? We also partner with communities and schools, trying to have access to an individual who can help those at-risk students, and looking at more mental health providers in rural Georgia. And my last specialist, he's new, Chris Huckins from Thomas County, is a support for the completion schools. If y'all remember, House Bill 87 was passed to transition the 3 charter schools, Mountain Egg, Coastal Plains, and Foothills, to become those completion schools. That has been done. We've got 4 new schools to create. That first one is actually up and running. They're calling it Discovery Regional High School, or you might know it as Zone 7. It already has 53 students. It should have over 200 soon. So we're excited about that. One of the things to consider, those 3 schools that were the state charter schools are losing students because of the guidelines. So if you think about that, the dropouts ages 16 and 17 are not able to enroll. They have to go through their LEA, or that local educational agency, and they're probably not going to do that. If they had a bad experience with that district, they really probably are not going to go back into that district. So I ask that you reconsider that. Allow the dropouts who are ages 16 and 17 to enroll directly in those completion schools, because I'm afraid if we lose them, we lose them. They're not coming back. And then also, we've been asked to allow homeschool students to enroll. That is also a population that we could get in there. And these completion schools, so if you don't know much about them, they are there to serve students who either need a non-traditional setting, like high-level athletes will use the completion schools so they can work on their own time, or it could be a really at-risk students who have really difficult home situations. We went to a graduation at the end of the year, and it was just wonderful to see the success that some of those students are able to achieve in those completion schools. So in conclusion, I know I was going fast. Rural educators are definitely dedicated to serving the rural districts of Georgia, but they need the funding, the resources, and the opportunities the larger districts have. We're trying to connect them to the tools, the resources, and creating space for networks. We're partnering together to provide solutions and opportunities. I ask that you consider funding initiatives with a focus on rural districts to expand our opportunities, and consider the limited capacity many districts have when creating mandates. Thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Well, thank you so much. You can see her passion is there and the concern that she has for rural Georgia. Do we have any questions?
Chairman Jaspers.
Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ma'am, for all that. I think everybody knows, and by the amount of money we put in education, and we think it's the most important thing we do.
That's right.
But I got two questions, and one, speaking to my Rotary Club yesterday and talking to them about literacy and how that, I felt the House had to take the leadership role in literacy. And I'm just curious what DOE has done to follow through with that and get us back on track for third grade competency.
Sure. All right. So like I said, we have letters training going on all around the state. Actually started in Southwest Georgia and now is all over the state. We've trained about 2,500 teachers, and now we have the online academy. It's the Cox Reading Campus, and so there are modules to help teachers become better teachers of reading. So definitely one of those big pushes. We talk about literacy all the time. Like I said, we have Amy Denty, who's our Director of Literacy. She is heading up a lot of that along with Dr. Roberts on my team, and April Aldridge, Dr. Aldridge, who is the Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. So definitely a big push as we're trying to better equip teachers to make sure that they have the skills they need to do a good job of teaching reading.
Well, thank you. I guess my other one is, I think for this committee, I'd like to see some data on where our students rank in rural areas and semi-rural or suburban versus urban, and what in real, you put up a lot of stuff, but what we can do to improve it specifically. I think that's something a lot of us would like to see.
Right. And so as a former superintendent who has looked at accountability and testing, I would ask that you look at how are you determining success. And if you're looking at only one standardized test, I don't think that gives you a complete picture. Because I can tell you that the kids of poverty are going to rank down here and the kids of affluence are going to rank up here. It's a direct correlation. So what we need to look at is what are we expecting of our schools, and what are we expecting? Is it that they are successful when they graduate? Is it that they go to college? Is it they go into a technical college? Do they come out with certifications? Are they able to get a job? Do they go to work on time? Can they pass a drug test?
I'm good. We're good. But I want to know specifically, I guess for me, and where we stand with reading, where we stand in math. And because I think those, as Dr. Bridges said this morning, are just incredibly important.
They are.
And just like we had to kind of get in here and get involved with literacy, I'm just curious what else we need to get involved in.
Well, again, so our kids of poverty are going to tend to be in the rural areas, and they're going to be behind when they come in if they don't have a middle class or upper class household like we probably provide.
I'm going to be quiet.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to look just at literacy rates, like all kids learn at different levels and at different rates. And I just can't promise you that all of a sudden, because teachers are trained, that all of a sudden that's going to change, because when kids come in behind, it takes time for them to catch up.
Thank you.
Yes,
my question had to do with literacy also. I think it had been an issue, and in the last session, we passed a bill about going back to the fundamentals of reading, the way it was taught. Is that what you're talking about? You have retrained teachers to teach them more on a phonetics basis as opposed to
That's correct.
Whatever they were doing?
That's correct. More of an emphasis to make sure that phonics and phonemics and all of the different components are included in their teaching.
Okay.
Yes.
How long can we wait? Do we need to wait 3 to 5 years? I want to see, because I think it's going to make a tremendous difference. I know it's just started. Maybe in the next 3 or 4 years we could be able to look and see how it's improved.
I would hope before then. Like I said, we started that work 3 years ago when my office was created. Now, it was down in Southwest Georgia. We started with Southwest and Chatflint Reeses. So that was our first year. And then since then it has spread. We added several other RESAs, and now it's around the state. And again, we've got the virtual modules that are available for teachers. So yes, I hope it's before then, but thank you for asking.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming today and talking to us, and we look forward to talking to you some more from the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Our next presenter will be from the Georgia Municipal Association, the CEO and Executive Director, Mr. Larry Hanson.
Before he comes, Robert, thank you for bringing peaches, and he said we could get 1 or 2 peaches as we go back. Thank you, Robert. All right. Yes. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you as well.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and certainly for your service to our state. We appreciate this opportunity today to share some comments with you and just give you an update on cities, particularly talk a little bit about some issues that are affecting our rural cities. I will end with a brief PowerPoint presentation, but before that, I will just share some other information with you. I first want to talk about the value of cities. It's something we often don't think there's a full appreciation for. So we all know there are 159 counties in Georgia and there are 536 cities, soon to be 537. But if I ask you how much land area of the state those 536 cities comprise, what would you guess? How much land area the 536 cities comprise? Well, believe it or not, it's 9%. Only 9% of the state's land area. But in that 9%, we have 69% of all jobs in the state of Georgia are located in cities. 44% of the population of Georgia lives in cities. 66% of all commercial property in the state is in cities. 47% of housing structures are in cities. 42% of all single-family housing. 74% of all multifamily housing. And 46% of the assessed value of all property in the state is in cities, in that 9% of land area. In the metropolitan areas, we heard conversation all day today about the hub cities, which are basically the 13 MSA areas. They actually account for 91% of the state's gross domestic product. So there is a lot of activity that goes on in cities, but yet that prosperity is certainly not uniform, and certainly much of our rural areas of the state have challenges. And I do want to talk about some of those a little bit. I was asked to mention financial viability. Right now, I would say all in all, cities are stable. There are concerns, some struggle, but there is some stability, and some reasons why that's happened in recent years is, number one, state support. In recent years, the legislature and the governor have been very generous to provide grants for housing, for parks and recreation grants, water sewer grants, broadband grants. Those have really been a significant boost to help cities. And it's interesting, most of the housing grants that have been given actually ended up being for infrastructure to support housing, and I'll mention that in a minute. The other thing that's been a lifeline for cities in these past few years is ARPA. Whether we're for it or against it, ARPA was unprecedented, and it's the first time in our nation's history that every city and county in America and every city and county in Georgia received direct funding from the federal government. And so as some of the stipulations were relaxed by Treasury, many cities were able to use that as revenue replacement, therefore giving them the freedom to invest those funds in any way they so choose to serve their citizens in their cities. So it could have been used for additional police salaries. It could have been used to invest in infrastructure. It could be used to boost their reserves because many were depleted following COVID, but ARPA really helped stabilize cities. And then the third thing that's really happened in recent years is something positive as a result of something negative, and that is inflation and cost increases. Of course, that actually then increased the price of a product, therefore it increases the sales tax, therefore sales tax collections go up. That's the good side of it. Local governments are also negatively impacted by cost increases as well. So those are some of the things that have been good, but we face long-term challenges in our rural cities, particularly around population shifts. You've already heard about that today. So many of our young people leaving for these metro areas. The challenge in job creation, and I'll talk about that, employment challenges, infrastructure, and then the limited revenue options for rural cities. Larger cities have more options, they have more robust economies, but our rural areas have challenges and they have fewer revenue options available to them. And I want to talk about three things: infrastructure, workforce development, and economic development. And if we first look at infrastructure, GMA does a survey of our cities in 5-year increments to determine what the capital needs are of our cities, and we've been doing this for years. In our last survey, which was to cover the years of 22 to 26, we had over 218 cities respond, and there is $18 billion worth of capital needs in the cities of Georgia for that period that ends at the end of 26. Not surprisingly, the two largest areas are transportation with $4.8 billion and water and sewer with $4.6 billion. So that's 27% for transportation, 25 water and sewer, then 11 for public safety, 8 for government buildings and facilities, 8 for parks and rec, 7 for stormwater, which is a bigger issue and growing issue, and how cities manage and deal with stormwater and increasing federal regulations, 6% for community and downtown development and housing, 4% solid waste, 3% land acquisition for green space. So again, $18 billion worth of needs led by transportation and water and sewer. And what are the key factors driving the city's capital needs? Number one, 96% said standard improvements to maintain or raise service levels. Okay, so what we have in infrastructure, particularly in water and sewer, and to some degree roads, is so much of our nation's infrastructure, our states, our cities were built in the 60s, 70s, 80s. There was a lot of federal money at the time. Many of them now have just lived a useful life. And we often do not appreciate those things we do not see. So water and sewer lines and things that are in the ground, we often wait until they're in a state of disrepair or they fail to decide that it's time to replace them. So a lot of the investment now is going in replacing things that have lived a useful life. The second was economic growth. If we want our cities to grow, if we want to create jobs, then we have to invest in additional infrastructure to support that. Water systems, water plants may have to be a capacity increase, wastewater treatment plants, extending new water and sewer lines. So economic growth obviously requires some investment in infrastructure. And then 48% said public safety and security. The need to invest in that is the third highest key factor driving capital needs. And what are the obstacles to meet those needs? 91% funding constraints, so a lack of resources to do it. 66% in unpredictable cost, and we've heard a lot about that, and you heard a lot, Andrew talking about that earlier. And then 43% materials and labor costs. So the capital needs of cities are great, and we have to look for ways and work together to find a way to address those. I want to mention LMIG, though, and I want to thank the legislature. Thank you all for your support of cities during these challenging times, and local governments in general, not just cities. But doubling the LMIG in this budget and adding an additional $250 million was significant for cities. Andrew talked about this, but I'm going to repeat it. There have been significant cost increases since 2020. And so that most of you know, while LMIG can be used for multiple transportation-related things, almost all cities use it for resurfacing. And prices have now stabilized, we're seeing. They certainly have not retreated. No one anticipates them going down. But the resurfacing cost of a road has increased by 67% in 4 years. So it's now about $300,000 per mile for a 2-lane road. to resurface it. And widening costs, as Andrew said, are now increased over 100%. And so basically, with that second LMIG, we were barely able to replace what we've been doing with a little more, just simply because of price escalation. And we thank you for that. Cities are very grateful and appreciative. And I would strongly encourage you to consider, if at all possible, continuing to fund LMIG at the level you did in this particular budget. It's important to our transportation systems in our cities and in our state. And I want to mention too that cities do not merely expect the state to pay for everything. In fact, you all know cities and counties have a special purpose local option sales tax. It's a referendum. You have to go to the voters every 5 or 6 years, depending on what type of tax you have. And what we see is voters are willing to tax themselves when they believe in what you're doing and you have examples and you have success stories to tell. So in the 5 years between 2019 and 2023, the SPLOST taxes in this state, which now passed for over the last decade by a 94% rate, so that means citizens have confidence, they're willing to vote to tax themselves. But local governments have now collected $9.5 billion in SPLOST proceeds that are going to infrastructure. They can only be used for capital. But again, that's significantly being harmed by cost escalation and the price of things today. Workforce development, I want to talk about that for a minute. The challenges in filling jobs. You all know we hear it from all sectors, but governments are also equally impacted today by the workforce challenges we have. And it's really across many jobs, and I'll give you some stats. It's city managers and city clerks, which are often the leaders of our cities. Clerks are often the leaders of our rural cities. It's engineers, but it's also CDL licensed drivers. It's wastewater and water treatment plant operators. These essential jobs, we're struggling to find people to replace them, and part of that is a generation that's retiring, and there's not a generation behind them that are looking to go into local government. So we're working hard to do more in workforce development, getting in schools, educating people about the value of municipal jobs. They're good careers, you're giving back to your community, typically have very good benefits, but it's a struggle right now for cities. And I will give you a couple of stats from a survey we did. Cities struggle most to recruit workers for these jobs. Police, 64%. Water, sewer, stormwater, 45%. Public works, road, streets, 42%. Fire and emergency, 42%. Sanitation, 31%. And that's to recruit. And then to retain them, police is also at the top at 52%. Public works at 33%, fire at 24%, water, sewer at 21%. So those are challenges that we have as cities, is trying to make sure we find ways to recruit and retain municipal workers, because they do perform the essential job that is needed to keep our economy in our state and our cities working. Now, in terms of clerks and managers, since 2020, there have been 172 changes in the position of city clerk. 172 changes across 139 cities. Again, there's several reasons for that. Retirements, generational, the demands of the job, relentless pressures and expectations. So it's a difficult time to serve. It's a difficult time for you all to serve, but it also is for many of our municipal officials. And then city managers, since 2020, there have been 99 until yesterday. As I was driving to Athens for a meeting, I got a call about a city manager that left the city. So it's 100 now city managers that have left their positions in Georgia across 81 cities just since 2020. So municipal workforce development is something that is critical to us and our future. Police, I mentioned that one. Currently, the average, now this is interesting, rural areas often do better. There are many of our rural police departments that have 100% manning or near it. They often worry about turnover because others are trying to hire their workers. But across the state, an average would be about 20% of police positions are unfilled. And that's for a multitude of reasons. It's hard to fill the jobs, But in some cases, in order to keep their officers, and everyone was having to raise pay, if you don't have additional money, one thing you do is leave some positions unfilled and use that to give additional compensation. But the demands of the job, some of our agencies now report as many as 20% of their calls are actually mental health calls. That's a real challenge for those officers. It's a time demand. It's a real physical demand for them. There's a declining interest in serving in police services in the country and in the state. And officers really want to know that they're supported, and in some cases they do not feel the public at large or leaders or community leaders support public safety professionals, and that's an issue. And then compensation is no longer the number one issue. It is an issue, but the issues that I've mentioned also are factors. And then there's other factors that are affecting this. When we look at workforce and of the future, we had 68 counties that lost population over the last decade, and 235 cities lost population. 75 counties have a declining birth rate. So those are going to make it even harder for us to identify and have the workforce of the future that we will need. And then there's foundational issues, and one of them you just talked about, and the chairman asked a question about. But 68% of our fourth graders do not read proficiently. And basically the statistics show that there's a high chance that they'll end up being a high school dropout, and there's a high chance they'll never reach their full potential in the workforce, and so on and so forth. So that is a critical thing for us to turn around, where we can make sure that all of our students and all of our young people are on a path to be contributing members of society and certainly reach their full potential as human beings. So that's a critical issue. And then poverty was mentioned as well. And then the retirements. We all know that we are facing that stage, the silver tsunami, where a lot of people are retiring. In fact, all baby boomers will be 65 by the year 2029. And so we know that 10% of our municipal employees, GMA is in the retirement business, you all know that as well, and 300 cities are in our program, so we can kind of see what's coming and prepare for it. And we've been preparing for this time where we'd have more people leaving the workforce than coming in the workforce. So 10% of the employees in our retirement program could retire today, and 15% more by 2029. So that means 25% of municipal workers will be eligible to retire by the year 2029. And only 7% of our cities have a formal, centralized, comprehensive workforce plan. And so we're creating programs now to help our cities get better at workforce recruitment, retention, and trying to plan for the future and have a workforce that will meet the needs of our citizens. And I want to mention economic development now. It's very important that cities play to their strengths, and all cities can't be all things to all people, and we wish we could recruit every type of job. But again, it comes back to the education of our workforce. It comes back to the infrastructure that we have. It comes to our educational attainment. So there's a lot of factors that go into economic development. So cities really have to play to their strengths, and one thing that we know that is working well is our downtowns. Downtowns are our historic gathering spot. They create a sense of community. We're really working hard with cities to create a sense of place where people want to gather and be, to create a cool vibe so that you have a variety of experiences. That means green spaces, downtown theaters, unique and local businesses. And COVID, of all the bad things it did, one thing it did do is actually sort of bring us back together. I would say sometimes desperation can lead to innovation, and a lot of our cities and our downtown businesses became very innovative, converting parking lots into outdoor restaurants, taking parking spaces off the street, making them outdoor dining areas, relaxing alcohol standards, creating entertainment districts, a lot of really creative things to survive. But now they've really led to some great opportunities and success stories around the state. So the other thing about downtowns is cost effective to invest. Typically the infrastructure exists. There's usually capacity. So therefore it's not the cost to a developer or someone to have to put in a lot of infrastructure is there. And Our downtowns are doing well. In fact, last year in Georgia's downtowns, there was nearly $1 billion of public and private investment. So downtowns are economic engines, and there were actually over 500 new housing units in downtowns last year with $100 million of investment. So 1,100 net new businesses opened last year in downtowns, creating 3,400 jobs. And that brings me to my last point, is telling you a little bit about our Georgia Cities Foundation, which is a nonprofit under the GMA umbrella that's been there 23 years, and our loan program and our partnership with DCA and some of the work that we're doing. So Georgia Cities Foundation was created in '99. We started a downtown revolving loan fund 3 years later, and that program has been ongoing since in a partnership with DCA. I'll tell you how it was started. Cities were looking for a way to get grant funding to support private investment in downtowns. This program is all about private investment and private job creation. And so we went to the Woodruff Foundation and asked for $9 million to start this low interest loan program. The Woodruff Foundation said they would fund it provided that the state would match it, and that was their specific request. So the state agreed to do that back in 2002. So the state money goes to DCA, $9 million, and the Woodruff $9 million comes to GMA, to our Georgia Cities Solutions. And we have a partnership with DCA. We support downtown development together all across the state, and I'll tell you a little bit about our loan program. It is available for projects in any city in Georgia. DCA's is even a little more restrictive. They do not loan for downtown projects in communities over 100,000, so they are laser focused on more of the rural areas. Our applicants are primarily private sector investors. However, downtown development authorities also are eligible to apply for funds. We typically find our prospects through downtowns, Main Street managers, economic development directors, and they'll bring us their information, and we treat it as anyone else would any other loan application. We have a contract with DCA where they perform all the underwriting on the loans. This makes even more sense because often we are loaning on the same project, and I'll mention that here briefly. Our standard loan is to provide a subordinated low-interest financing in a partnership with a bank. This obviously reduces the risk to the bank. It lowers the equity requirement for the prospective borrower, which are private businesses. So the typical structure of a loan is that it's 50%, 40%, 10%. 50% is the bank, 40% is our Georgia City Solution in DCA, and 10% is equity. And so when we're fully funded in our loan program, we can loan up to $250,000, as can DCA, and we have a second position on the loans that we make. Our loans are only for permanent financing. They are not for construction. And what makes our program very attractive, you see there at the end, and we've adjusted it slightly over the years, but the goal of this program is to have private investment in downtowns. It's to create investment, it's to create jobs. It's not to be a profit, it's to be for investment. So our loan program currently loans at 3.5% interest over a 10-year period. It's amortized over 15 years. And so we get to see all the loan applications of the projects in downtowns in the state. So right now, our rate is 3.5% fixed. The lowest we see from the banks that are doing their piece is about 7.5%, and we see some as high as 11%, and I would say the average is about 8 to 8.5%. So oftentimes, we are the piece of the loan that makes the project go. Without someone filling that gap between the equity of the private person and the willingness of a financial institution to loan, some of these projects would never come to maturity. And this is just the mechanics of the program. We administer it through GMA, through our Georgia Cities Foundation. We have an internal review committee. DCA underwrites them. We have another committee of our board that reviews them and determines whether it's a go or not go. And then again, oftentimes we partner with DCA and we're both funding the same project, which helps. So this is an example of the impact. So we've been doing this for 20 years, and we are now at about 200 loans. And our loans have been about 38 million, but they've resulted in $225 million of private investment, 367 new businesses, almost 2 million renovated square feet in downtowns in this state, and 229,000 square feet of new space. So obviously in downtowns, it's often not a lot of new construction. But the goal of this program is to take buildings that have been sitting vacant and idle for years or decades and get them invested. A private investor buys it, he has some equity, the bank will loan him certain money, we fill the gap. They take that building, they do housing on the 3rd floor, they may do offices on the 2nd floor, they may do retail, restaurant, commercial on the bottom floor. So we're really taking things that have great opportunity and have really sort of been a drain, and now we turn them into a resource. And so here's our challenge. We are at an unprecedented moment in time. And it's really been since COVID when people gravitated back towards the center, stay vacations, find things at home to do, go to your local theater, eat at outdoor cafes and restaurants. So right now, we've done 200 loans in 20 years, so that's about 10 a year. We've got 19 approved loans right now waiting to close, an additional 23 in some state of review. We do not have the capacity to meet all those demands. And this is just showing you where our loan programs have been distributed across the state. So you see all of the state is well represented. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples before I finish with my final ask. Here's a project. I wanted to pick a couple of projects in the area of the state we're in. This is a project in Dalton where we did a $250,000 loan to the Dalton Downtown Development Authority for a project called the Cherokee Brewing and Pizza Company, and that project cost was $780,000. So that was a building that was idle and empty in Dalton, and now it's a thriving business. And then likewise, here's one in Rome. January 2025, we provided a $250,000 loan to assist in the acquisition and renovation of the battery machining building in downtown Rome. It's now the Hawthorne Extended Hotel, retail shops, and a restaurant. That was a $4 million project that we helped fill that gap with $250,000. And I just want to show a couple, you all in the room, some projects by your districts where you'll see that we're doing work all over the state. So we just didn't pick everybody, didn't have time, but if you'll look, you'll see many of you have, in fact, multiple projects that are being done, have been done. There's more of you. More of you. More of you. So here's the ask. After 20 years of doing this, we now, as I've said, we cannot meet the need. So we have had a discussion with the Woodruff Foundation, and they would like to, we'd like to reverse the challenge. We plan to ask the governor, we hope to ask the chairman of appropriations of the House and the Senate to recapitalize this program with $9 million. That can be done over 3 years. We can't loan all this money at once, but that's going to be a request we're going to make. The Woodruff Foundation will look favorably upon that to match that dollar for dollar with $9 million. Their money would go to the state. The Woodruff Foundation money would come to GMA. We'd partner with DCA just as we've done successfully for 20 years. And this is a program that really, really helps the rural areas of the state. And we certainly hope that you'll take that into consideration. With that, I'll stop and be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, go ahead.
Just when we looked at the, your capital needs summary, I guess I would just look at the number one being transportation. Just for mine, Larry, I'd love for you to break that down, what you're talking about, them needing $3.3 billion in transportation. I mean, I would like to see a breakdown of what they're talking about there.
I actually have that, and I will get that to you, broken down into the areas
I
of
understand water and sewer. I can't believe that it's not number one. And I guess the other one, I know you put up a lot of needs on the slides that you went through, and I know you get most of your money through millage on property tax in communities that you serve. Love cities, but I was just wondering how many cities in the last year just have raised millage rates to increase their funding in these counties?
Yeah, cities, actually, the average across the state, cities get about 27% of their money from property taxes. About 26% is sales tax, and then, of course, it drops down to other areas, business licenses, so on and so forth. I do not know off the top of my head how many have raised millage rates. I know that's been a struggle. I don't hear of it a lot of cities raising their millage rate. I hear more complaints about some saying that they need to be rolling back taxes based on growth in the digest, so that maintaining the millage rate could be a tax increase. But we don't hear a lot about the millage rate itself being increased.
Okay, I was curious.
Yeah, I can get that for you.
Thank
Be
you.
happy to. Any other questions?
Chairman Corbett.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Larry, for the presentation. My question, just get you to comment on, I know we just voted in renewed the T-SPLOS, the regional T-SPLOS down in our area, and that's been huge for helping these small, counties, the rural counties that benefit from and have projects on there they'd never be able to do. Can you speak to the T-SPLOS, the ones that done it, and how well that's turned out?
T-SPLOS is now, I think, about 75% of the state either has a regional T-SPLOS or a county T-SPLOS. It has been a game changer. Obviously, the challenge with transportation projects always, but even more so as regulations change, is how much time it takes to deliver a project. Even with the state funding that was for housing, that's really for infrastructure, we're probably just going to begin to see the return on that investment here this year and next year to support what you've already committed. But that's often the challenge, starting with conceptual design, preliminary design, right-of-way acquisition, review, bid. It's a pretty lengthy process to turn those transportation dreams into reality. But you're right, for rural areas of the state, the sharing of the T-SPLOS is being a game changer for them to get, because that's something people don't realize too. If it now costs $300,000 to resurface a 2-lane mile of road, it's the same in Atlanta as it is in Homerville. It's the same price, but yet they don't have the same resources in order to resurface that mile of road. So T-SPLOS also will be a real game changer to help cities and counties address those needs, particularly the rural areas of the state.
Do we have other questions? Okay. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming. And now, committee, we will hear from the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia. A longtime friend of mine, Dave Wills, is the executive director, and he's had experience as a county commissioner as well for a long time. Dave, glad to have you here.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. I guess I'll be the outlier because I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm not going to bore you with that. Not that any of the presentations have been boring, but I would like to, as I begin, sort of establish my credentials, if you will. I live in the third least populous county in Georgia. I live in Webster County. Gerald has been my state representative for about half of his political career, and I used to be a farmer. I tried to scratch my living out of the dirt for 25 years. I still live on my family farm that my grandfather bought back in the 1940s. I own some land outright. We grow timber. The row crops are leased. That land is leased out. I think that we're the only county in Georgia that doesn't have a traffic light, and I'm proud of that, and I hope it stays that way. At the end of my elected tenure, I served 2 years as a district commissioner in 1991 and 2, and then I was out of office 4 years, and I came back in, and I served 12 as full-time commission chairman. And towards the end of my time, I led my government through an actual consolidation between the county and its 2 small towns. And so we are one of only 4 of the small rural counties that have consolidated governments. Tomorrow, Jim Thornton from GMA and I will be speaking to the Senate Study Committee on the preservation of farmlands. So here we are today talking about development. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about preservation, and the question is, can we do both? And I think the answer lies in how we think about development. We're not going to stop at all, and neither should we. But specifically, I've been asked to address 3 different issues today, and they include county viability, challenges in rural county services, which obviously contribute to the question of viability, and then training and education for county officials. So I'll start with viability. Put bluntly, every county is viable because they can simply raise the millage rate if they want to and jack prices up, but that's not what commissioners want to do, and that's not what landowners or property owners want to see done. So what I've learned over my time as a county official, and then having been with the association for 16 years, and 9 of those I travel the state and I work with counties. I've been in every county in Georgia on work projects. And I can tell you that most rural counties live within their means. They realize the constraints, and so they just don't provide the level of service that perhaps are provided in some other jurisdictions, but they're providing what's either mandated or what the public is demanding and what the public is willing to pay for. What I've also observed is that sometimes some of our more populous counties try to become, if you will, all things to all people. And that obviously increases the tax rate, but people are willing to pay that because they want that level of service. So I don't think it's a question of whether a county is viable, it's a question of what do the residents of each respective county want to see. In terms of viability, another piece that I wanted to talk with you about is functional consolidation. And I want to give you an example that goes back to the Sonny Perdue administration. I was a county commissioner at the time, and the tobacco settlement funds had come in, and the governor allocated some of those funds and said, if your county doesn't have 911, and many counties didn't, that if 2 or more counties joined together, you could get some grant funds to help start it up. And it was a tiered system, and my county became one of 7 that joined together and created the Middle Flint Regional 911. That has since grown to an 8th county. It's been in operation now for, I guess, 2 decades or more. And by my count, there are now 11 public safety answering points that serve 31 rural counties, and more could do that. But I had reason one time to compare the costs. I was working on a project in a county in south central Georgia, and I looked at their 911 cost. And this was a county of about 10,000 people. Their per capita cost for 911 was over $50, and this has probably been 10 to 11 years ago. At that same time, the per capita cost in the regional center that my county is a part of was $20. So 2.5 times more expensive to do it on your own than it was to do it collectively. So functional consolidation can work. In 2016, ACCG published a state-funded study on the regionalization of EMS, and I led that study and had a lot of contributors to the study. To my knowledge, nobody's done it, but the model is there if somebody wants to regionalize, and there have been conversations in southwest Georgia, down with Miller and Baker and Early and some other counties. They've had conversations around it, but they haven't actually done it. There are certainly logistical issues, but the bigger issue is political. It's whether people have the will to do it. Are they willing to cede some authority? And very often my observation has been people don't like to turn loose of authority. And so that can be one of the big challenges. But I do think that there are some opportunities that are probably a result more so of COVID than almost anything else. And that's because we've learned how to work in a remote environment where perhaps before we thought we had to come to the office to do things. So let me offer up a couple of things for you to think about. Most counties, but not all, have a county manager or a county administrator. In a county like mine, the full-time chairman runs things, but most have a manager or administrator. I don't see any reason why 2 counties, I wouldn't recommend more than 3, go together and hire a county manager. So let's say that you're in a small rural county and you can only afford, say, $50,000 or $60,000 per county manager. And you go, wait a minute, let me join with my neighbor and see, they're paying the same thing, so let's pool our resources. Can we attract a candidate that brings more to the table, if you will, that can help you make better decisions? This is something that I've said for a long time to county officials. A good county manager is going to make and or save you far more than you pay them, because they're going to help lead you to make better decisions. So there's nothing in state law that I'm aware of that would prevent counties from doing it now, but I'm not aware of anybody who's doing it. But I'll tell you what is happening in the realm of interim county management, where a county has lost its manager, they're in the period of looking for the new one, and they hire somebody to come in. Very often, these men and women are negotiating contracts that say, I will come to your county 3 days a week physically, but the other day or two that I'm going to work, I want to do it remotely. And most of them agree to that. And it can be very effective. I'm sure everybody's been on too many Zoom calls, that sort of thing. But look, you can do it. With the click of a button, I can be talking to anybody on my team, even from my phone on Microsoft Teams. Don't leave your phone on the steering wheel like I did last week. It overheated and cut off. I had to put it in front of the air conditioning vent and get cool back down in Albany, Gerald, when we were down there the other day. So there are things like that. County management, I think, could be done. It might be a little tricky politically, but I think even more so, we could look at human resource management and finance management. And those professionals, relatively speaking, are in short supply. But I don't know why you couldn't contract or have an intergovernmental agreement between jurisdictions. And I wouldn't say it's just county to county. It might be county and city that do things like that together, maybe within a jurisdiction or even without. But I think those things can be done. And then this is sort of an outlier, but I want to put it on the table, and I don't know where it goes, if anywhere. But one of the things that has occurred, and you all know it well because of the positions you have, is that elections law and elections management has become increasingly complex over the last many years. I'm old enough to remember the first time I went and voted, it was with the one-armed bandit. You pulled it down, you punched all your buttons, and you pulled it. Y'all remember those things. You know, I thought New Jersey was ahead of us for a long time, but they bought our machines in Webster County when we changed to electronic voting machines. We sold them to New Jersey. But I'm old enough to remember that, and it seemed like elections were pretty simple, but today they're not. And I wonder if there's opportunity. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't have a proposal, but I wonder if there's not opportunity in the administration of elections for 2 or more counties to join together, and instead of having, because you have to follow the same rules. Everybody does. So why not have the opportunity for multi-county cooperation for the administration? I'm not talking about all your staff and all your poll workers. I'm talking just about the big picture stuff where you're spending the money. Could we do that? Perhaps we can. A lot's already been said today about infrastructure. I want to make one point. I wish that I'd been standing here this morning alongside David Bridges, because I talked to him outside and I said, David, you said so many things that I was already going to point out. And I don't like to be repetitious, but I'm a big fan of the model that he put up this morning about regional economic hubs. Because if you're going to build things, why keep continuing to spread out? If you've already got the infrastructure, why not focus it? Why not go back and do infill or redevelopment if that's what you want to do? I don't know all the tools that are out there. I'm sure that probably more could be done in the way of incentives. But when I think about places like Albany and Americus, Waycross, Sandersville, Baxley, Jessup, I go, that's really where the growth ought to focus, at least in my opinion. And I know that does affect every rural county, but here was my perspective. Living in a place, so for me to go to Americus is 20 miles. To go to Albany is 35. To go to Columbus is about 50. I was always happy when I was a county commissioner if I saw an announcement or if I had the opportunity to be involved and say, can we lend, even just a letter of support for something that was going to grow the economy in Americus or Albany or Columbus. I was happy to do that because my people can jump in the car, and unlike Metro Atlanta, we can make more than a mile a minute. For me to go get a loaf of bread, it's 8 miles, and it takes me about 8 minutes to get there. At one point during the time that I've been director, I had a condominium in downtown Atlanta that was a half mile from the office. And even though it was a short distance, I drove back and forth to work because it might be raining, it might be too hot, whatever. You can come up with your own reasons. Sometimes in the afternoons, it would take me 30 minutes to go a half mile, 30 minutes. We don't have that problem in rural Georgia. So if my people want to live in Webster County and drive to Americus, they can get there in 25 minutes. That's not a big deal. So I think there are some opportunities to focus development in these regional hubs. And a lot's already been said about roads. I can give you an updated figure. I just got these last week. This was a county in south central Georgia that just went through the bid process, and they came in for a 21-foot wide road with course leveling and double chip and sand seal. So that's rock with a finished layer of sand on top, so you get a relatively smooth ride. The low bid was $130,000 a mile. The low bid on 2 inches of asphalt was $215,000 a mile. That's pretty expensive. LMIG doesn't go all that far in that regard, and thank you so much for the local road assistance program. And if there's any way you can find to put money on the table like that year after year, that would be a big plus, because almost everything that we depend on, no matter what part of Georgia you live on, when it comes to food and fiber, it starts in a rural community, and most of it starts on a rural road. And so we need a good road system. Lots already been said about water and sewer and broadband, all that. look, if you've got access to broadband, you can get a job. There are people in Georgia who are working not only in the state, but across the country and across the world. And some of them, think about it like this. I have a friend whose son is working for a company in New York City. He lives here right outside of Metro Atlanta, and he's making a phenomenal salary for a young man that's in his early 20s. But it's sort of like this. If in New York the salary that they would pay is X, they're probably paying this young man 0.7X, and he feels like he's making a lot, and they feel like they're saving, right? And that makes sense to me. And in fact, we're doing the same thing. We have spread our jobs on our insurance division. We've got people living all over Georgia. I've got employees that live nearly in Florida, Savannah, on the Alabama line, and nearly in Tennessee and North Carolina. They're all over because of technology. So there's a lot that can be done, but we have to have access to high-speed broadband. And I know the expansion is taking place, and thank you for what you've done. And I'm looking forward to the day when we can say everybody has access. Now, here's a real outlier. One person today has mentioned audits, and this is becoming a problem, particularly for smaller governments. So I won't tell you which county, but about 4 years ago, the auditing firm that they had been using forever said, I'm sorry, but we don't have the people to support this anymore. We're pulling out of the auditing business. We recommend you go, and they gave the name of a big firm that if I called it, you would all know. And unfortunately, last year, that firm failed to complete the audit on time. It wasn't the county's fault. They gave them all the information. They just didn't get the audit done. They were a little bit late, not much. You know the rules. You've got to be 180 days or earlier after your end of your fiscal year. They missed the deadline by 5 days. In that county, which is a very rural community, missed out on a $1 million CDBG grant because of that. We have to find a way to fix that. And I don't have an answer for it because I can't make somebody learn accounting. But it is an issue. And so it's already been mentioned about demographically. There are people like me who are going to go out of the workforce in a few years, and how many more people are coming in behind, and how many want to go into those fields of study. How many people want to be an accountant? Some do. It wouldn't be me, but some do. But we've got to find ways to fix that. And then the last thing I was asked to talk about is training and education. And I believe that education is an investment. And I say that as somebody who stands before you as a guy who graduated from high school. I moved down to Webster County. I grew up in Fort Valley and Peach County, but I moved down to Webster County because I wanted to be a farmer. And I went to college 1 quarter. We weren't on the semester system, and I quit. And 14 years later, I looked out the window one morning and I said, you know what, Dave, if this farming stuff doesn't work out, what are you going to do? And so I decided to go back to college. And I called over to Americas, to Georgia Southwestern, and I said, hey, I'd like to come back to school. What do I need to do? They said, come sign up for class. I said, I've been out so long, you mean I need to take a test? And they said, no, just come back to class. Just come and sign up. And so it took me 6 years going part-time because I had a family. I was working 2 jobs. And so it took me a while to get my undergraduate degree, and then I went to Valdosta State and finished up down there and got a master's degree. But I believe that education is important. So I want to bring a point up with regard to what county commissioners and county officials are required to do. This is not an official position of ACCG at the time. It may become one. But at our policy meetings last week in Albany, our General County Government Committee had this conversation. It said, why is it that the only requirements for county commissioners is so much lower than everybody else? So if you get elected sheriff, probate judge, if you get appointed as a tax assessor, member of the Board of Tax Assessors, you have to have, for any of those positions, training and education. So I could train you how to handle a firearm. I can educate you about why you ought to do it. So I may use the terms interchangeably, but if you get elected to one of those positions, either before you take office or concurrent with taking office, you have to go and get trained or educated. And every one of those positions requires that you get a certain number of continuing education credits while you're in office, except for county commissioners, with a caveat. Georgia law says that before you take office, you have to have 18 hours of education and training. There's no CE requirement, nothing else, just 18 hours. That's all you have to do. Now, some people get elected in the off cycle, and we work with them so that they get those hours as soon as possible. And we offer a lot of other opportunities. In fact, in Georgia law, it says if you become a certified county official, and I see Rob back there from CVIOG, we work with them. If you become a certified county official, which is about 66 hours of education, then you get a $100 per month stipend. That's been in law since 2001. It hasn't changed, $100. So you go get your 66 hours, you get your $100 a month if that's what you want to do. I don't think it's about the money, it's about the education. It's about making better decisions because our citizens deserve the best that we can give them. So it's not about the money. But here's the conversation they had. Why should we not have a requirement? Why should we not request as an association that you all put a requirement into law? And I'm not recommending this. Again, this is not an official position of the association at this time. But they had that conversation, and what they wanted to do was to say, let's put something else on the table. So here's what they talked about. And again, I'm going to say it for the third time. It's not an official position. I'm putting it on the table because I don't know where it's going. The policy council is going to deal with it, and we'll see what our membership has to say about it. But they said $100, that was 23 years ago. Why not take it up to $200 or 10% of the salary? Because salaries in Georgia for county commissioners are very disparate. You go to a very rural community, it may be less than $1,000 a month. You go to some of the urban counties, it may be $70,000 a year. Very, very disparate. So what's the incentive to get people to go? Is it the money? Some people would do it for that. I would hope people would go because they want to be educated and make the great decision. But they said, what about changing this and then putting into a requirement that you have to have at least 12 hours of continuing education? They didn't say if that was a year or every 2 years. They just said 12 hours. So I don't know where it's going to wind up. I don't know if anything will ever even be done with it. What I'm proud to say is that we as an association offer a lot of opportunity. We have nearly 80 classes that county commissioners can take. And sometimes they do. But if you took a guess, I don't know that I won't ask you to do that, but of those who get elected on every 2-year cycle, and it ranges from probably at no less than 100 every 2 years. This year we're expecting closer to 150 new county commissioners. Only 55 to 60% will ever complete their certification. And some of them never show up again. Some of them, after the initial newly elected commissioners conference, don't come to anything else. Maybe they don't have the time. Maybe they're fully employed, full-time employed, those kind of things. But those are big issues, is how do we get officials educated? Because the better educated you are, presumably the better decision you'll make. And I think that's an important thing for us to consider. You might also be interested in knowing that if an official refuses to come to the newly elected commissioners conference, which we always hold in Athens at Mailer Auditorium, if they refuse to come, there's no penalty in the law. It just says you shall, but it doesn't say if you don't, what happens. And invariably, every election cycle, somebody says, I'm not coming. And so we end up on the phone with them saying, hey, here's the reasons you need to come. And sometimes we persuade them very gently. And then if it gets down to brass tacks, sometimes I end up calling and I say, you know, it sure would be bad to enter office having held your hand up and say, I do solemnly swear, which I've done 4 times. It would be bad to hold your hand up and say, I do solemnly swear when you have it already, because you're supposed to take that class before you go into office. So why would you be violative of the law that you just said or about to say you're going to uphold? So big issues like that. I think that we're doing a good job in trying to educate commissioners, but we can't force them to come. It's not a moneymaker. In fact, we do our best to break even on it. We pay Carl Vincent Institute to provide teachers and instructors, and we have to pay for class space and those sort of things. But overall, it's a small amount of money to get an education that's going to help, hopefully, you save money and or make money at the local level so that you can provide the services, or they can provide the services that are required. The last thing that I want to put on the table is what I'll call either PILT or pilot, depending on which acronym you like, but payment in lieu of taxes. And I don't have figures for you today, but this came up last week as well, and it's something that I've thought about before. But last week we had a gentleman in the meeting who said that the state had just acquired 27,000 acres in his county. Now, I don't know the details, but I can tell you what happened in my county. This was pre-COVID. I had a guy from a conservation group come in and he said, hey, I just want to tell you that we're about to buy 4,500 acres of property in your county. We're going to give it to the State Department of Natural Resources. So in a little small county, geographically small, you're taking 4,500 acres off the tax digest. That was a pretty big hit for my little small county. So should there be a program where the General Assembly appropriates money to help put that money back into the county coffers? Because if you're talking about viability, you have to have the cash to pay for the services. You got to pay for the sheriff and all those other things. So why should every Georgian have the right to come to those properties and enjoy them at the expense of the local taxpayer? Why shouldn't every Georgian put a little bit in? It's a question to ask. Again, I don't have a recommendation for you, but it's something that I think you ought to consider. So the subject is development in rural Georgia. I live in rural Georgia because that's where I want to be. I presume that most people who live there want to be there. Perhaps there are some instances where people feel like they can't move, but I can tell you what's happening in my little small community. I've got neighbors that I didn't used to have, and they're coming from other places. They're coming from Florida, and they're coming from places in Georgia where growth has been taking place, and so they're selling property. They're doing 1031 exchanges, so they're not paying federal income tax on the capital gains piece, and they're purchasing land and building homes. I've got two new neighbors within a mile of me that have just purchased respectively 100 and 200 acres and built houses on them. I've got another one I haven't met, I've been told about, but I haven't met him. And then there's another guy up the road that bought a little small piece of property, it's probably not more than an acre, and renovated an old house. And I think they're just getting away from urban Georgia or urban Florida. I think that's what they're doing. But it's actually adding to the population of my community. And the tracts of property that they're buying are large enough to be viable in the timber industry. And they're not buying ag land, they're buying timberland, because they started out as recreational folks. They were coming up here looking for the hunting opportunities, and then they fell in love with the community except for the gnats. By the way, did y'all know, if it wasn't for gnats, South Georgia would have long ago been overrun by all those Yankees? You remember when Sherman burned Atlanta and he marched on down towards Macon? I'm convinced, I don't have any evidence of this, but I'm convinced that he sent a scouting party just a little further south. And they came back and said, General, we don't know what those things are, but go a different direction. And so they went over to Savannah. It's something was going on like that. So here's what I mean about development. This is my view of what development ought to take place in rural Georgia. And I call it value-added development. So if you're down in Sylvester and you're Worth County and you grow a lot of peanuts down there, instead of putting them on a truck and sending them somewhere else, if there's a sheller and you can shell them, instead of putting those on a truck and sending them somewhere else, send them to the manufacturer. It's not that far to Albany. And then, yeah, there's peanut companies in Albany, things like that, but do things that add value before the product goes further out. The same thing is true in the timber industry. Whether it's a board or pulp or fiber, do more to process it locally, because that creates jobs, but it's sort of organic, right? It's incremental. It's not like taking a mega plant and dropping it in the middle of rural Georgia somewhere and saying build it and they'll come, because they do, and they will. The kind of growth I'm talking about would probably find almost universal support at the local level. When you get the big mega projects, which are great on paper, but sometimes they generate opposition and people don't want to lose their rural way of life. So I think there's some opportunities if we think about it. When you all started this morning, I believe that Gerald said that Georgia has been ranked for a long time as the best place or the best state in which to do business. And that's something to be proud of. But if we're going to make it the best place for all people to do business, we've got to think smartly about it, and that's exactly what you're trying to do as you sit around these tables and as you heard from all these speakers. But I think that there needs to be public buy-in. I think that's important. I've said, I'll tell you one more story and then I'll close. And I say this because of what the lady said about education. And I don't know where you're from. Are you from Randolph, Early County? Grew up in Randolph County. My son works in Cuthbert with Diverse Power EMC. So he's one of the guys out there stringing those lines and making sure your power stays on. He gets paid pretty good for doing that. But here's a story from a long time ago. When I was farming and serving full-time as a county commissioner, I would go on my lunch break and pick up a man and take him to the farm, and he would service up the peanut combine, and then he would pick peanuts until I got there in the afternoon. And I went to pick him up one day at lunch. And there was a young man. This was a guy who had retired from the forest industry. Back in the time when they had somebody with a chainsaw that cut limbs, that was primarily what he did. There was a young man sitting there. I didn't know his name, and I don't remember his name. But he said, "Hey, man, you got a job for me?" And I said, no, sir, that tractor just has one seat. Oh, man, I need a job. I said, did you graduate from high school? He said, no, sir. I said, they have a GED program right down there in town that you can go to. You can get your GED, and then you can go to Americas to the technical college, and you can go through the class to become a commercial driver, get your commercial driver's license. You can go drive a big truck over the road. This has been 20 plus years ago, 25 years ago. I said, you can go drive you a big truck over the Maid and make you $35,000, $40,000 a year. And I will never forget till the day I go to my grave what he said to me. And I won't repeat it all, but he said, oh man, that ain't no blanking money. I know a guy working at P&G, Procter & Gamble, in Albany, Georgia. He's making $100,000 a year. I said, he might be, but you're sitting on your... Now, he didn't have a response for that. Anybody want to take a guess where he ended up? Go ahead. You're exactly right. He ended up in prison. And that's a sad testimony about where we are with some people. We can do better than that. Like I said, I live in rural Georgia because I want to be there. I've said before, and I'll say it again, that I'd rather listen to whippoorwills than automobiles. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
Hey,
I'll
Rick.
send you the same question I asked the cities, so I'm not perceived to being biased.
So you want to know about the cost of roads?
On taxes.
I'm sorry?
On the millage rate issues.
So there's a lot of pressure on counties right now. And that comes from two factors. One is that property assessments are up because counties are having to reevaluate property because they're out of compliance on the sales ratio study, which affects what you get on your public utilities digest. And there's a problem that the Department of Audits, I think, is trying to fix. But right now, a lot of counties are out of compliance with that. So they're having to adjust. So you got higher rates on property valuation, and counties are under a lot of duress because expenses are up. The kind of things that you've seen on the screen, labor costs are up. They're all having problems recruiting. You heard some figures earlier about law enforcement. All of those kind of things are affecting counties. And so thank you for the things that you've done, like giving us more tools that help us generate, like Marketplace Facilitator. Wonderful thing. Generating $70+ million a month with about half of that going to local governments. That's a big, big plus. But there's still a gap. And so one of two things is going to happen. You're either not going to provide a level of service that is expected, or you're going to raise the revenue from somewhere. And right now, some counties are having to incrementally adjust their revenue up by raising the millage rate. Even in my own county, for the first time I can remember in a long, long time, they're going up on the millage rate. I don't object to that because I understand what they're doing. But most people see it only through the lens of what's coming out of my pocket. Look, if you want to know what's coming out of your pocket, I can give you a story from 1940s. I've got a tax bill from my grandfather. He owned almost 800 acres of property, and his tax bill was about $5. Today, that same property, minus a little bit, is probably going to be taxed at around $4,700 to $4,800. And I asked this question, which one's harder to pay? For us to pay the 47 or 8, or for him to pay the 5? I suspect it was pretty hard for him to come up with $5.
This is our last question, Chairman Yerla.
Okay, I'll be brief. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Great presentation. I appreciate that. I was having a conversation with our county commission chair recently, and he told me that they were having an issue with SPLOST and the fact that their anticipated revenue was really, they're bumping up toward that anticipated revenue with some more time left on the SPLOST. And certainly SPLOST is very, very important to small counties with a limited tax base. Is that something y'all are seeing? You know, we've had inflation certainly raised, you know, the amount of sales tax collected, plus Georgia's doing a better job of collecting internet taxes. So, you know, I don't know if we're growing, probably there's a little bit of growth there, but is that an issue you see in other counties?
It's the first time that I've heard of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I hear of it again because of what you mentioned with inflation. So if your SPLOST was passed, say, 4 years ago,
that's correct.
Before we got into super inflation, then your sales tax collection will be artificially inflated.
Right.
And you'll hit that cap beforehand.
That's correct.
So it could be a problem, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
You always do a good job, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is our last presentation, the University of Georgia Carl Vinston Institute. Greg, come on down. Thank you for being here, Greg. We look forward to hearing from you. Greg is the Associate Director for the Workforce and Economic Development. And this is our last presentation, people. Then we'll make a couple announcements, and we will let you out of class.
I'll get started while we get the tech issues solved, because it's 3 o'clock and I'm the last person between you and home. Hey y'all, good afternoon. My name is Greg Wilson, and I have the privilege of serving as an associate director at the Institute of Government. I'm joined today by our director, Rob Gordon. Many of y'all know Rob well. I know he works closely with y'all. I think I have the best job in the state of Georgia. I get to work alongside colleagues that are working across the state every day to help make this state a better place, to help work with communities, to help leaders like y'all solve important challenges. And that motivates me, that motivates our team at the Institute of Government. I was with y'all back in 2019 in Moultrie, talking about workforce development. That came up today throughout the day, and pleased to be back here again today as well. I know that many of y'all have interacted with the Institute of Government in your work over time. I know that y'all understand a little bit about what we do. You know, at the Institute of Government, we work to inform, innovate, and inspire so that government leaders, small and large, state leaders, can be more responsive to the challenges they face now and into the future. You know, our faculty and staff work on a wide variety of topics to help deliver the knowledge and skills. Working with professional staff, elected officials. You heard both our ACCG and GMA partners mention that as well. And you know, our goal is to take the knowledge of the University of Georgia and apply it across the state through our land grant and sea grant mission. Government's in our name, we know government, and that's kind of what we really focus on for this. I'm thinking we got our tech challenges here solved, y'all. Y'all didn't miss anything yet, so this is just fine. Hey, there we go. Just click right there too. Okay. It's been smooth all day, and here we are with some tech challenges, but it's all good. First thing I want to say is I've been here all day long and had a chance to be a fly on the wall, and I would say kind of ditto. You know, a lot of what you've heard today in terms of challenges and in terms of needs are the same things that we see in our work at the Institute of Government. But in the interest of time and in the interest of being the last speaker here of the day, I want to kind of bring some thinking on some solutions that we've had an opportunity to partner with communities across the state on. You know, usually I would bring a bunch of charts and data for this, but I didn't think that would sit well at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I want to talk about kind of the challenges that we're working with communities on, and then how we're working to address some of those challenges. So you heard this piece mentioned earlier. You heard about, you know, the work that we do on training a little bit. And we've long had the role at the Institute of Government helping equip government leaders with knowledge and skills and resources to succeed at their roles. I know a number of y'all were in elected office previously before coming to the General Assembly, and you may have been through some of our training classes that we partner with ACCG on and GMA on, or maybe you were in a staff role or an appointed role and came through training programs that we helped to deliver. You know, and I think the depth and breadth of the training we do at the Institute of Government is pretty neat. You know, we're working on government operations. We're working on economic development. We're working on public works. We're working on IT. We're working with elected officials. You know, and then, you know, our folks that we're training, about 20,000 of them last year, take that knowledge home to their communities. And we're thinking about rural Georgia. About a third of our registrations last year in our training programs across the board were leaders in your rural communities. So they're taking that knowledge back to the rural communities as well. We've talked today about downtowns a little bit. So I want to talk about downtowns and the work that we do at the Institute of Government on downtowns. I don't have to tell you all how the critical role that downtowns play in the economy, in the tax base, in driving vitality in the community. And we're working with many areas of the state. We will continue to work through our Renaissance Strategic Visioning Program. And we've worked with a number of governments to help them re-envision their downtowns, to help put together plans for that. Chairman Corbett, in your district, we were working with Homerville recently. And Homerville, they really wanted to accomplish two goals. The first thing they wanted to do was just to improve the appearance of downtown, work on the streets, work on the buildings, public spaces. And the second thing they wanted to do was to expand events and programming and to draw more people to downtown. That work is still ongoing, but one of the kind of early signs of success we're seeing is that the Homerville downtown manager just told us recently that the town's downtown value has increased by $2 million just in short order. So that's really exciting work, and exciting to be a part of that alongside your communities. I want to mention another program which is called Propel. We know that economic and community development success is critical for moving communities forward. But we also know, and you've heard this talked about here today, is that takes capacity, that takes leadership, that takes resources. That just doesn't happen overnight, some of the things that we're talking about here today. So the past couple of years at the Institute of Government, through our Propel program, we've worked in 14 rural communities to partner alongside rural leaders to help build capacity, to help them take stock of their assets and use their assets to move forward with. Develop a realistic plan, and then to help them implement that plan for community and economic development. This is one I'm really close to. I've had the privilege of working on this one from the very beginning. I could talk about it all day, but I'm not going to. I want to actually, we're going to hopefully have a quick video here that shows some of the success stories from Appling County and Chairman Workhouser's district and some of the impact of that program here. So we'll see if the gremlins play along with this.
In Baxley, we have just under 5,000 people within the city. We're a part of Appling County, home to Georgia's first nuclear power plant. In the 80s, Baxley was known as the turpentine capital of the world. We're proud to be in rural Georgia and helping the economic engine of our state. We're at the intersection of two really large highways. And so when US 1 was widened many years ago to be 5 lanes in the middle of downtown, a lot of the businesses that were there moved out.
Our downtown, it was very popular back in the day, and when these two major highways came in, it really just slowed growth.
We were super excited when Carl Vincent reached out about participating in Propel. It seemed like a great opportunity to do some asset-based planning and action planning around things that we could do to make a big impact for the future of our community. What Propel brought to us was major expertise in just about any area that we were interested in growing or focusing on. They bring the whole breadth of the University of Georgia. We started and identified 3 areas, downtown redevelopment, overall economic prosperity, and then workforce development. We got together with our school system and did some short-term, medium, and long-term goals like evaluating our CTAE pathways. We opened a college and career academy. The Propel program played a part in identifying what programs needed to be there that could be utilized by the whole region to lift us all up on the workforce development side.
The future for downtown Baxley is promising. Through some SWOT analysis, we figured what our strengths were, what our weaknesses were. Carl Vincent Institute and some of their designers and their engineers have kind of laid out some plans for us and what our downtown could look like, which really gets people excited about stuff. We've got 4 new tenants in these buildings. We've got new city signs out there. We've actually put some planters outside. And one of the things that we're really excited about is we've actually done some food festivals recently. And we have at least 15 trucks every time, and they have sold out every single time they've come here. We've done an amazing amount of work that has really helped start the kickoff for rejuvenation in this town.
The program as a whole has given us kind of the tools, resources, and a plan to be able to implement these changes far into the future.
Our Propel team was great, and we truly appreciate everything they've done for us in this town.
We've made some amazing strides forward, and it's in large part because of the Propel program.
when we think about community and economic development, there's a lot of facets to it. You know, another facet to community and economic development is helping to tell the community's story. Telling this story effectively can help to unite the community, can help to attract investment, can help to attract tourists to the community. And since 2018, we've worked with a number of communities across the state to help them develop a brand system. So Chairman Jackson, in your district, we worked with Sandersville and Washington County to help put together a new brand system, to help put together a tagline, to help put together a new look for how the community wants to kind of share its story and tell its story. So we've worked with a variety of communities across rural Georgia, including a couple right at this time on branding. We've talked about workforce development here today. It's a topic close to my heart. I've spent most of my past decade at the Institute working on this. We know that workforce development is a challenge facing our entire state. And it's been alluded to a couple times today. I think one of the positive trends we're seeing with economic development is we're seeing more economic development projects happening in rural communities, which is a real success story. But you know, that also creates workforce challenges. We need young adults that are ready to go into work and stay in the communities. We need adults that maybe want to change careers or re-enter the workforce, be ready to go on this as well. So to take advantage of the investments that community has generated. At the Institute of Government, we're deeply involved in workforce development at the state level, working with statewide partners, the regional level, and the local level. And to give you an example of what this work might look like, Chairman Green, in your district, we worked with the Albany Chamber of Commerce and Barbara Vera Holmes and the Albany Dirty Economic Development Commission really over the past several years to put together and implement a workforce strategy and then to retool that coming out of COVID and what that looks like. And they've had some really good success with that, whether it's launching teacher externship programs, whether it's programs to connect the parents of students in the school system to in-demand or high-demand careers, whether that's working with students with disabilities to help connect them to employment opportunities in the community, and they're really building that workforce for their rural community. Last case study I want to mention is around revitalizing rural assets. We've had a lot of conversation here today around assets that our rural communities possess that maybe present opportunities for redevelopment. How do we leverage them in new ways? Sometimes the path is clear and we know what to do with them. Sometimes the path isn't clear and leaders want to think about what option do we go in. So one example we've helped on this in a rural community here recently is in Catoosa County. Near Chairman Tarvin's district, and the Catoosa County Public Facilities Authority asked for our help to understand what to do with the Hutchinson Hospital facility. So a new hospital is being built in the community. This is quite a large facility on about 50 acres of land, and it's now an asset of the Public Facilities Authority. And they wanted to ask the question, what should we do with this facility? What's financially viable? How do we negotiate with a developer to find something that both fits our community, but also contributes to the tax base and to return that back to the tax rolls? So our team of economists and analysts worked with the Public Facilities Authority and stakeholders determined, well, what might be a good fit for this? And then what's financially viable? What's financially viable in the interest rate environment today versus what it might be in the future? And looking at different options for both redevelopment, also looking at options for senior care, and finding out what would be viable and what's not viable. They're able to take that and they're using that now to craft their strategy of how do we put together an RFP? How do we potentially slice up the site into different pieces that might be redeveloped at certain times? So, helping leaders in rural Georgia to think about how do we use the assets and how do we get it right when we have assets like this that we're using to move forward with. So thank you again for the opportunity to share the ways that the Institute of Government's partnering with leaders in your communities to help address these critical issues and these challenges. I hope a key takeaway from my time here today is that our faculty and staff experts at the Institute of Government, we're working across the state in rural Georgia to help partner with communities to solve these challenges and to create those next steps with this. I stand ready for any questions. I also know that I'm the last speaker of the day, so I'm also happy to stick around and chat with folks individually as well and to connect as best y'all see fit. Thank y'all again for the opportunity.
Greg, once again, a great job that you do, and thank you for what you do for our communities and working with us. Do we have any questions of Greg? He really covered well, didn't he? Thank you. Good job.
Thank y'all.
Good job. We couldn't do this council without the backing of our speaker. Speaker John Burns does so much to look at what's good for the state of Georgia. And he sent 3 of his best down here. We have Haley here and Terry and Keith, and we really appreciate them and appreciate the work that the speaker does for rural Georgia. Thank y'all for coming today. We have a few, see Stacy for your mileage. We're going to send out some details on our next meeting. I'm going to let Mac Jackson tell you very quickly about where we're meeting next.
We'll be meeting in District 128, and we'll be in Thompson, Georgia, in McDuffie County. And make sure you come in on the 18th, because we'll have a special dinner for you that night and a special treat for you tonight. And the meeting will be on the 19th. But we're excited at District 128 to host this meeting, and hopefully everyone can attend.
Thank you so much there. Presentations from today will be posted to our website. You can Google the Georgia House Rural Development Council. Justin will take care of all of that. Leo Chansey will email presentations to the legislators this next week. And Katie, we cannot tell you how much we appreciated your hospitality, and certainly Berry College here. It has been remarkable, and we really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you to our sponsors who provided lunch and last night's dinner. I know Becky's still here. We certainly appreciate that. So with that, safe travels, journey next time to Thompson, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Oh,